Hello, hello. Good morning, chat. Moodykins, hello, hello. Ian Mart, hello, hello. Whisper, what is up, dude? Wetsty, thank you for the 5 months, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the continued support, man. Seriously, thank you. Hello, everybody. Hi, happy Wednesday. How are we doing? How is everybody today? Control Squid, what's up, man? What kind of DevOps are we doing today? We're learning. We're going to be doing some DevOps learning today. Neo, what's up, man? How's it going? Damn, I almost jumped from my chair. I was looking into calculus and forgot I had your... Yeah, man, you never know. Just all of a sudden, bam, gotcha. Yeah. Well, welcome, everybody. Hello. Happy Wednesday. Hope you guys are having a good week. My week's been interesting. It's definitely been a very interesting week. There's been a lot of really good process on the stuff I've been doing at work, especially around the stuff we were talking about front end and refactoring and stuff. We've hit a very interesting crossroads where I work right now, where it's kind of become realized that we have a very structured perspective from backends and how we manage them, having like principal engineers and stuff like that. We have a lot of, I would say, bumpers in place with regards to our backends at Hippo that really makes our backend infrastructure very strong and very well made. Honestly, there's really not a lot of problems to solve in that field from our perspective. But as I started doing more discovery within regards to our front ends, it kind of started becoming blatantly obvious that like a lot of how we have managed front ends at our company has been focused around of like distributed decision making and not so much having like a principal designer, kind of saying like, okay, these are the things that we're thinking of we want to do. We want to do server side. We want to do static. We want to be able to support this and do next and whatever, right? Nobody's really doing that, I think, at Hippo as like a guiding force, right? There are people who are definitely doing it from an individual perspective, but I think the thing that I kind of exemplified yesterday was like, it's hard to lead such a great movement with regards to having standards and stuff like that when you're also still just doing your day job. And that's a total valid argument. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to be like, we want, a dynamically driven and, shared forum for these decisions, but it's another thing when like, we don't have enough like bandwidth for people to be making these decisions often. And so a lot of our front ends are built very differently. And I've been trying to figure out why that is. And essentially through reverse engineering and learning, that's basically kind of where I found myself. And so I am now in a scenario where I kind of need to go back to the organization and kind of say like, hey, do we even care about this? Which is a bit tough. Don't get me wrong. I've been working on this project for at least a couple weeks now. And, it's a bit frustrating to have put in so much time into it and kind of realize that like, kind of don't really know what we're doing in regards to front ends in a lot of ways. Or at least we don't have like a single consensus on how we're doing them, and like everybody's expectations are the same and stuff. I think at Hippo, if you went to every different team that works on a front end, they'd give you a different perspective of what front end looks like to them. And I like, again, that might like, I am not a leader at the company in the sense of like, I'm not in leadership, you know what I mean? It's not my decision at a incredibly high technical level, like a CTO or even like a VP or something like that, of being like, hey, we're going to run autonomously, purposely, right? There's value to that. A lot of massive companies do that just because the teams themselves can handle most of their problems. But I don't know. Yeah. So it's a very interesting moment for me in my career where there's a lot of stuff I can do to change things, but I don't know if we want to. You know what I mean? And that was part of that discussion that Avi and I were having yesterday, or last stream, where if you guys caught the VOD, he and I were discussing like the pros and cons and stuff. And yeah, he's definitely not wrong. You know what I mean? He's definitely got validity to what is valuable and what is not. But I think in this regard, as an organization, we kind of need to sit back and say like, okay, we do need somebody in this position. We do want somebody to take on these problems and solve them for us. You know what I mean? So we're gonna try and find somebody to do. Oh God, sorry. We're gonna try and find somebody to do that, or we're gonna try and figure out a way of doing it where, you know, we're still also thinking about, you know, these other decisions we want to make again around like, are we gonna use these and that, and like how are we going to introduce technology in a way that is concise as well as effective and you know, still kind of always evolving. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. So we'll see. So I'm working on that right now at Hippo. Outside of that, it's been a pretty okay week. I've honestly been a little tired. I think been definitely doing a lot of work. And so I was just a little tired yesterday. I kind of like took a nap or two. I also think I'm drinking potentially too much coffee. I think I'm starting to get those like highs and lows where like you drink coffee and you're like really high and you're focused and you're working, but then like when you're done, you kind of just like bottom out. So I was quite tired after work yesterday and I was just like, I'm done. Been loving Nick's dev shell plus Git work trees. Nice, Cowface. I'm glad to hear that, dude. I'm glad to hear that. How many cups a day? I used to do like 2 maximum. So, I mean, it's really not that bad. Compared to like some people who drink like 4 cups a day. But I consistently drink at least 1 cup of coffee every day. So I think part of it is also like conditioning and like, yeah, normally just 1, honestly. And at this point, I just pretty much drink 1 cup of coffee a day now. I've gotten pretty good at it, but doesn't mean I'm perfect. Nice keyboard. I had that one, but just couldn't adjust the layout. So I went back to my HHKB. Cool. Nice. Yeah, I know people who like this keyboard and I know people who don't. I'm one of the first people who had it on Twitch, basically. And I've had it for years. It's just my favorite keyboard. You don't have to use it. You don't have to like it. That's okay. You need to find the keyboard that you like, my friend. So I'm glad you did. But I do appreciate the compliment. I do like this keyboard quite a bit. I just finished the last VOD and I can't wait to finish this one. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying them, Cowface, dude. That's a common story, I think, in terms of back end versus front end. Yeah, I mean, you know, the sad truth about front end and a lot of organizations is they are too focused on the bottom line of we need to get product out the door as quickly as possible. I think that's something that really separates, like, you know, back end or even just DevOps and infrastructure from like normal engineering. Is normal engineering, you really think about the cycle, right? Like, okay, what am I doing this week? What am I doing next week? Like, what are we planning 4 weeks in advance? Like, you really do kind of think of like the cycle of the development flow. In DevOps, you're really thinking more of like, okay, that's great that we have a cycle, but like we also need to figure out what the we're doing. And so like it's just a bit of a different, like, I don't know. It's a bit of a different perspective. And I think that as you move closer towards the back end, you get that perspective more and more. Whereas I think front end is just so focused on, again, churn, that it blindsides a lot of these opportunities of like, let's make things nice though too, right? So front end is like the wild, wild west, like it usually is with regards to programming. Yeah. Have you ever heard of micro front-end patterns that could be useful for siloed companies like that? Before I left Nike, they were moving to it. We've talked about it at Hippo. Like, don't get me wrong, Hippo's a huge company with like multiple people thinking about problems all the time. And I will say that 9 times out of 10, if we're not thinking about a problem, it's because we've already thought about it and we realized we don't care about it. And that's kind of why I'm at the point where I'm like, I need to talk to like a very high level person and be like, what is our plans with this? I think that like if we did decide to stay siloed, that yeah, that could be a decently good idea, the micro front end pattern. I will say for us to get there though, it would be very difficult, especially with things like routing. Routing just mainly the big reason. We do not have the greatest routing setup, and like that's part of like what I'm working on right now as well, is like how can I fix our routing? So yeah. Murano, how's it going though? Hello. But yeah, only 1 cup a day, really. Not too much. Water is life. I don't disagree. I need to drink more water. I definitely do. I think I might just get one of those cups that's like, drink this by this time. And then I'll be like, all right, you told me to. I have to be yelled at sometimes to do things. It's bad. Apparently throwing a flake.nix above root folder just works really well and is one of the best ways to manage node versions for my projects. Oh, nice. Very cool. So you fork a shell above it and then you go into it. That's cool. I think it's because front end has a visual association with it, but that visual representation is representative of the amount of work required. I mean, yeah, I think I guess what I mean to say control squid is like, if you're looking at that on the only level of that, then like, yeah, you're literally only going to see it as like a visual thing, right? As companies evolve and get more advanced, we would hope that their logic, their systems, their infrastructure, their designs, all of these advance as well. It's just, we would hope, again, all of them would advance simultaneously. However, when you start talking about priorities and where should money go and where should time go and things like that, I think the thing that makes front end very difficult is like front end is so in the user. It's the thing the user uses most of the time, right? So it's the one thing that like if a back end's broken, sure, a front end would be technically down or could be down in some regards, but it doesn't mean that it's not like accessible, I guess is what I mean to say. Like, you can write your front end to like return errors and make some kind of an experience that makes the user not as, scared or whatever. But in front end, like if the bundle doesn't load, that's it. Everything's broken. So it's just like, again, it's a bit of a rat race, and I just personally am not a big fan of it. Do you do Kanban in DevOps? Yeah, we do. We do Scrum. We do full Scrum. It's not just Kanban. We point stuff, and I mean we're not like, we don't like live by it, Like I try and appropriately score my stuff pretty well, and I think I do a decent job at it. But I'm gonna be honest, like there are times where just gets way out of scope, and I'm just like, oh. So DevOps is a little bit more difficult with that because you just never know the scope of something sometimes. For example, this front end thing, I would have thought we would have been a little bit further on, but because I realized the scope of it was so much more, it was like, oh, okay. Front end also commonly lacks interest and therefore expertise that is at least adjacent to DevOps. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I'm in a unique position where I was a front end for 3 years. I'm still pretty passionate about it in some regards. Even though I don't do a lot of front end now, I still follow a lot of front end stuff. I still keep up to date on like a lot of the releases of like the big, libraries and frameworks and stuff. And when new stuff comes out, I'm not at NextConf because I'm not a front end developer. But I do keep up on what's going on there and, what they're releasing. I already know about TurboPack and all of that. And, I've already put mental notes of taking a look at it. I don't disagree. I think it's sad though, because honestly, if you're in DevOps, you should really know everything in some shape or form. Not dramatically, right? You don't have to be the best at it, but like, that's why I say it is really hard to get comfortable with DevOps, because like you got to just have experience. Again, I was a front end engineer for 3 years. I went to back end for another 3 years after that. Then I became like a full stack thing for a little while. And then I finally moved into DevOps. So when people were asking me like, how does this front end work? I knew because I did it. You know what I mean? So I appreciate that experience. But you're not wrong. A lot of people in back end do not have as much experience in front end and development and stuff like that as they probably should, honestly. Hey, Eric, glad I caught your stream. In terms of containerization, organization, and deployment, would you go with K3s or K8s if you're starting to learn Kubernetes as a whole for on-prem? It depends on what you mean. So, KZ, hey, how's it going? Hello. I'm glad you're here as well. Thank you. So I am always somebody who tries to first tackle things as practically as possible, right? When I started my Kubernetes path, I was looking for like all of these different ways of doing things. Minikube, K3s, kind, right? Like just all these different ways of deploying Kubernetes and stuff like that. And like there are niceties about some of them. So like, for example, you know, if you're talking about kind, Kubernetes, you know, it's again, Kubernetes and Docker basically, and it will allow you to have a very simple control plane out the gate. And a control plane is just basically an API, right? It'll give you the Kubernetes API. However, when we talk about like, what is Kubernetes? How does it work? Like all of its functionality and stuff like that. There's so much more to that than just running containers. There's ingresses, as you can see. There's load balancers. There's there's services. There's just so many different things that you actually interface with when you're working with Kubernetes storage classes. Like, and all of these things in some way, shape, or form rely on a cloud. Okay? I'm going to be every single one of you sitting here right now listening to me talk about Kubernetes needs to listen to this and really understand what I'm saying to you. Kubernetes is not as powerful unless you build it around a cloud provider of some sort, or you have your own cloud provider that you can give it. Okay? So like, I gotta throw that out there hands down, whether it be a local development environment, whether it be even a Kubernetes cluster in the cloud, until you actually tell Kubernetes, hey, I want IP addresses provisioned by Amazon. I want volumes provisioned by Amazon or Google or whatever, right? You don't get the full flexibility of what Kubernetes can really do, because Kubernetes really is just a warehouse, right? I need some processes. Cool. Give me some processes. I need some data, or I need to store some data. Cool. Give me some volumes, right? Like that's like Kubernetes is just Costco. Like that's all it is. It's just a big Costco warehouse. However, if you don't have enough inventory, not a lot of people are going to want to shop there. It's the same thing. So you want to lean on a Kubernetes cluster that is going to be practical like that, where you can write automation against it and it'll create you volumes, and you won't have to worry about like, oh man, what service am I using to create my, volumes and whatever, or my load balancers or whatever, So my honest recommendation, if you really want to learn Kubernetes, is to just go to the cloud and create one. There are low budget ones that you can do as well. But I'm going to be fair. I do think that's going to give you the best real life experience, because those clusters are already set up with how to create volumes and create load balancers. And what I would suggest is create automation so your Kubernetes cluster is up for a certain amount of time and then you delete it. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I even made example automation for Kubernetes. I did. Yeah, I did. AKS cluster. So here you go. Here's automation for creating a Kubernetes cluster in Azure, which is one of the cheapest ways of deploying Kubernetes right now. And I can tell you that basically, if you had automation like this, you could create a cluster, play with it for a little while, destroy it, and it's the equivalent of like closing and opening a laptop. If you don't do that, if you don't take the approach I just gave you and suggested to you, then you're in this world. You're in kind, you're in K3s, you're in all these other things, and you're going to have a much different experience. You're going to have to learn how all of these pieces work, right? And so I'm not saying that this is necessarily a bad way of learning either. It's just harder, right? You're going to have to, even if you use kind or again, Minikube or any of these other things, you're going to have to figure out how you handle load balancing, how you handle ingress, how you handle volumes and storage classes. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to use those features, right? And those are the real features that make Kubernetes like really powerful. So that would be my only suggestion when you're looking into learning Kubernetes. There is value to creating some automation, creating a cluster, a very small cluster in the cloud, messing around with a little while, and like getting an actual real cloud experience. if you try doing it locally with K3, it doesn't matter. If you do it with K3s, kind, like whatever, you're gonna run into all the same problems, which is, again, ingress. Ingress for sure. Ingress is the number one problem. Like, once you step out of a cloud provider, most people have to solve right away. How do I get traffic into my Kubernetes cluster, and how is that going to work, right? The second one, more than likely, is going to be storage classes. How do I save data, reliably and consistently within my Kubernetes cluster, right? You use Kind, you use Minikube, you use any of those local solutions. You got to figure out where those things go, right? There's solutions out there for Minikube that are called Metal LB, for example, right? And Metal LB is a plugin for Kubernetes that basically allows you to use your own network as a IP provisioner, essentially. So when you create load balancers and things like that in Kubernetes, they get provisioned on your actual network, right? This is a way of solving the ingress/load balancer problem, right? I'm not saying that's the only way to do it. I'm not even saying that's the best way to do it. I'm not saying that you should do that. I'm just saying that it exists, right? So those are the two experiences you're going to get, basically, I think, with learning Kubernetes. You're either going to go to the cloud and you're going to learn how to like run containers, how to use things that already work, or you're going to have to take a step back and you're going to have to learn how to put the puzzle together piece by piece, and then you'll be able to run those things. So it's your prerogative. What are you more interested in? Are you more interested in running containers or like learning the actual intricacies and deep parts of Kubernetes? I know the deep parts and intricacies of Kubernetes because I'm in DevOps and I have to support it daily. If you're just a front-end developer or something like that, I don't know. If you're bored, maybe. Yeah, you know what I mean? But that's my 2 cents on that. Sorry, I know that was a bit of a ramble, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. I like Kubernetes, but it's way overused. It's way overused, and it's just never used appropriately. So yeah, like Kubernetes is a very specific like engine you only really need when you know you need it. You know, if you don't need Kubernetes, or if you're not thinking about the problems that Kubernetes solves, you probably do not need it. There are such great solutions out there that can solve those problems for you way easier. Again, Amazon ECS, Azure ACI, or ACI, I think it's called. But basically, like, there are cloud providers who basically say, just give us a little bit more money and we will run your container for you. You don't even have to worry about Kubernetes. And when you're talking about like what your goals are, getting product to people, into people's hands, again, it's just like, what level do you want to look at? Do you want to look really low level and then take it step by step by step? Or do you want to get to the very last step you need to get to what you're trying to do, right? I think if you get your hands dirty at least once with a Kubernetes cluster and deploy it manually to understand it better and know where to look and things break, I don't know. I don't know if I fully agree with that, just simply because, like, dude, I have spent so many hours working on Kubernetes that I probably did not need. And, like, I have so much not, like, dude, I know just because I, like, didn't know. I fell down a rabbit hole where, like, one day I learned the Raft consensus algorithm and then, like, became fascinated with, like, distributed, like, and it was cool. Like, it sent me down a hole that I was really interested in, and then I found out I loved building distributed systems and like consensus and like all of this crazy thing, Kubernetes kind of solves. But like, that's one little problem that Kubernetes solves, chat, right? Like if I just focused it on Raft, like that's just the state handler of Kubernetes. Like then we've got, all of our, what are they called? Our agents. And like how those work, and like what we call intrinsically the reconciliation loop in Kubernetes. If you don't know what that is, I don't know how important it is. Like, I mean, sure, it's probably good to know what the reconciliation loop is, but like just to know how it works, like that's it. You know, whereas like I understand it to the point where it's like I know when something doesn't reconcile and how it it's just like I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know how deep you really need to go with it. Listening intensely right now. I took the approach of wanting to deploy entirely from scratch on-prem, as I thought it would be the best approach to actually learning Kubernetes as a whole. Here's the problem, chat. Kubernetes is a planet, okay? Kubernetes is not this, I'm gonna learn it as a whole thing, bro, okay? This is the problem. This is the bad expectation. Kubernetes is like a whole generation of knowledge shoved into technology, and then like people saying, here's all the problems it solves. It is years and years and years of like breaking down problems, solving them as much as they possibly can, and like it's like I don't even have everything in my mind about Kubernetes. Stop thinking you're a robot and just like know what you need to know. But like I full-heartedly agree, I full-heartedly tell us how you really feel. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just like, there's just so many people who like get arrogant over like how much they know on Kubernetes, or like, you know, or they get really worried about how much they know on Kubernetes. It's like, dude, it is a platform. Like, there's 50, like, to at least 200, like, I mean, even more than that, thousands of developers who work on a daily, like, whew, you know, sorry, it is not a good expectation to think that you're going to know everything about Kubernetes, just like it's not an expectation that you're going to know everything about Rust, like you're going to know everything about NeoVim, like you're going to know everything about this and that and so forth and so on. It is better serving for you as an engineer to put it in your mind that you are dumb and you're going to learn something new every day, okay? That's how you beat imposter syndrome. That's how you like keep moving forward and enjoying yourself and your career. Just imagine you're always dumb and you're always going to learn something new. Like, you do that, there's no pressure, there's no expectations. You just keep learning and you get to enjoy yourself. Yeah. Like, that's I don't know. That's how I treat it now. Like, just think you're dumb, okay? Don't ever think you know you're right. And then when you are right, you surprise yourself. Like, it's a great feeling. It's a little present. Like, you know, like, I don't know. I do not think anybody should put the pressure on them that you should know everything about Kubernetes. Like, hell no. If you do, go outside. Like, touch grass. Like, yeah, because I can't imagine you've spent a lot of time doing anything else lately. Like, there's just so much there. There's so much there. And that's coming from a guy who rarely touches grass, all right? Like, just saying. The Kubernetes experience is one of the biggest puzzles I dealt with. It is a big puzzle that tons of people deal with, and they feel forced to doing it. No. I can teach somebody Kubernetes over a weekend. I need to know you have the depth to be able to at least sit there. That's all I care about. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Anyways, it's a hot take that Theo made a few weeks back, and serverless is pretty cool now. Nice. How could I test if a Kubernetes cluster is working as I want it to? I mean, like, even that, dude, even that is like a challenge and a question in its own. So, Neo Cromer, I'm gonna point out what you're saying here. How could I test if a Kubernetes cluster is working as I want to? The easiest way for me to answer that question to you is you are literally solving almost the same scope of problems as like saying, how do I make sure my company is operating daily the way I need it to? Automation, practices, standardization, like taking time to, you know, writing good designs and things that people can understand. Like, it has nothing to do with Kubernetes. Kubernetes is just a tool. That's it. It's just a tool. How you use it is what's going to make sure it's working or not properly. Appreciate it, brother. Robertson, I appreciate that. Thank you, man. I know somebody asked me about tools, I think. I thought I saw a tools question. Oh, here you go. Watching you and KubeCon. I would love to go to KubeCon because I would probably get kicked out. I would probably just go in there and be like, yo, Kubernetes is great, but like, let's stop drinking the Kool-Aid so hard, maybe. Like, my talk would probably be the reasons why you don't need to use Kubernetes. As much as I love it, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just saying, like, you need to know when you do. You really do. You really do. At this point, you have so much knowledge that you could build your own Kubernetes from scratch. I was gonna. TLDR, long story short, I already was. If you guys don't know what Symphony is literally an open source. Now, this was going to be a Kubernetes, but for the cloud, right? And the idea that I had is like, right now, there's really no good open source solutions for like open source cloud providers, right? Like there's just like OpenStack and like a few other things. And so I wanted to take the design focuses and interests of Kubernetes and bring it to the virtualization layer, where like the virtualization layer would have a reconciliation loop, like it, you know, and this honestly does look kind of like Kubernetes in the basic designs and stuff like that. And you can see like we've got like block storage, compute, networking, right? I was working on this. I was building this like 2 years ago, actually. I stopped working on it because I'm not going to lie, I started using Kubernetes and then I went, shit. Because that solves that problem really well. This was before Kubernetes was like really blowing up. As you can see, I've got Docker Swarm in here, Kubernetes, OpenStack as examples. And I like, dude, I was writing Go, yeah, like 2 something years ago, basically trying to build this out. And I just stopped because it was going to be a massive ordeal. I might pick it up again in the future. It was a cool project, but I would do it very differently now. Like I would probably just lean on Kubernetes because it's great at what it does. I just wouldn't run containers, which is something you can do. That's also something not a lot of people know. Like Kubernetes itself is really great for running containers and all that kind of stuff. But dude, you can rip out the container runtime and put whatever you want in it. You could easily take out a container runtime for compute. Like if you knew Kubernetes well enough, you could essentially take out the container runtime and replace it with whatever you wanted, right? Like if you want to run VMs, cool. It knows how to manage resources. It knows how to manage state. It knows how to do all these other things. Like that's why Kubernetes sits underneath a lot of things, because basically people can make whole platforms based off of the problems that it solves. But again, you have to know like what problems those things solve, and why you're trying to, you know. What are the top tools and softwares you use in your role at DevOps? I mean, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's not a really good mentality. And I'm not trying to like be rude. It's more so that you're gonna give yourself more justice when you stop looking at technology and you start looking at the problem. Everything about our job daily is about solving problems, right? And if you're doing your job appropriately, which I would imagine you all are because you're in this stream, you're trying to do your job solving the problem the best it can. If you find yourself in a scenario where you're just trying to use a piece of technology to solve a problem, then you're probably not solving that problem appropriately. And this is a discipline thing. Like, I'm going to be fair. This is a discipline thing. This is not, you know, oh, I get paid to not mess with cool technology or blah, blah. It has nothing to do with that whatsoever. So anybody who like, you know, might come in here and be like, oh, but BG, why are you working on such old? Because I chose to. Like, I'm choosing to do this for a reason. Maybe we have legacy code that makes more sense to do this in this sense of way of doing it. You know, there's tons of valid reasons for you to pick an older way of doing things or a different way of doing things that maybe isn't the standard way because it makes more sense for your organization to do it that way, right? And I've seen so many organizations like force themselves to do this or force themselves to do that because they just think they have to use the new technology to solve their problem, but they're not asking, does the new technology actually solve my problem? So Casey, I focus on tools that do that. Now, if you were to ask me like what I deal with a lot as of right now, Terraform, Pulumi, a lot of automation focused tools because a lot of my job is automating. But I also work in Go, Python, JavaScript, TypeScript, a little bit of Rust. And, you know, I use Kubernetes, I use Docker, I use Nix. I use a lot of like, containerization and virtualization tools and stuff like that, right? But those are the problems I'm trying to solve, right? I need to create a lot of containers to run things, or I need VMs to test things, or, I need clients to connect to things. So again, it's mostly I'm trying to find problems that, I need to solve. You ascend when you know not to use it. We have 54 machines managed by Swarm just fine. Yeah, I actually built a whole Docker Swarm setup before I left a company. And from what I know, they're still using it. And they're still pretty happy with it. So, yeah. Do you think that WASM and WASI will simplify running Dockers, avoiding K8s and containers? So, I'm going to be fair. I do not know much about WASM, WASI, or any of that stuff. Exclamation mark keyboard in chat. I have only, grazed the surface with regards to that stuff. Mostly because that requires like language knowledge of working in a different language potentially and things like that, basically Rust. And I haven't applied Rust to front end yet, basically. I'm still working with like learning how it's in back end and all that stuff, which I do like. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I don't like Rust. However, what I will say, and this is something I think that is really good to point out while a front end conference is happening right now, most of the people in the world, or most of the companies in the world, I hate to say it, do not know how to deploy their front ends properly. Most front ends are just static sites. They can be put in a bucket and served on a CDN, and you're done with it. However, we find ourselves containerizing them, building different versions of them in images for different environments, blah, 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 blah. So I'm pretty convinced that no matter what in the future, I'm hoping, unless of course there's like, these new things that like, I know Next has got like, edge functions and stuff like that now or whatever. Like, unless you're using those things, like, why? Really, why? Like, why not just replicate it across the CDN and solve your problem that way? And I think that is where the internet's going to hopefully go. I think we're really good at, discovering like this is not really optimal. Let's try something better. And it's not, I don't think it's a really good idea to run front ends in containers. Like I don't. You're spending so much money on something when you don't really need to. You know what I mean? Even if it's not a ton of money, it's still like, why manage that infrastructure for that's not really the same problem, Let's start with something simple and learn everything there is to know about Nix. I mean, that's another reason why I become obsessed with these types of things, because you can never stop learning about them, right? Do you think Kubernetes and containerization is a fad? Oh, no. I think if anything, it will be a step into the next portabilization of our applications. But I think it's just an evolution of like how we ship stuff. And containers are doing really good. Nix could be the next step in this evolution, to be honest with you. It could be. We could find ourselves saying, because think about it. We started with virtual machines, and then we said, all right, VMs are too heavy. We need less, overhead between the process and the thing that's hosting that process. So what did we do? We leaned on containers, right? Containers are very lightweight. They simply just run, where they need to. And they don't need a lot of other virtualization on top of it, right? So I could see us getting to a point where we're like, all right, containers are great and all, but like, how can we solve that problem? Like, eventually I think containers are just going to become a problem like something else. And then we'll say like, all right, maybe it's Nix, right? Maybe we don't even need to containerize anymore, but we need better solutions around packaging and distributing software. Sound familiar? So yeah, like that's why I'm really interested in Nix, is because I actually believe it could remove the need for containers entirely. Yeah. But it's like nowhere near that yet. It's nowhere near that yet. Sorry, I'm catching up with chat. I like to answer everybody's questions and stuff. So bear with me. I'm just catching up. Yeah, it's taking time. The part I don't even know Puppet to Terraform, and I've been. Yeah, I mean, you can't again. Okay, so you can't force yourself, dude. You can't think I'm gonna learn everything about Kubernetes while I still don't know Puppet and Terraform and all these other things. Like one step at a time. The most big international companies use Kubernetes. So before to listen to any others, read first about Kubernetes and Docker, and you will find it really awesome. So yeah, I mean, the most big companies sure, they do probably use Kubernetes. That might not be entirely true, but like, or that might not be entirely not wrong, but I mean, they also probably have reasons for it. I don't, I would go out on a limb if I went to those companies. I said, do you guys just use Kubernetes because it's the thing that everybody's using right now? They probably would say no. They would probably say, we use Kubernetes because it helps with our bottom line. It allows us to have a portable containerization platform because it solves this problem and this problem. Like, I would be very surprised if I went to those companies and, you know, saw that. And I think that's when you will find it really awesome. I think that's when you will find it really awesome. When you go like, oh man, it can solve these problems really well for us. Holy crap. You know? And yeah, before to listen to any others, I agree. You should at least read about it. Yeah. Teach us this weekend. No, I could. It just would not be, yeah. It would be a crash course. Let's put it that way. You better do it at the next con, a live stream. Yeah. I mean, hey, it would be fun. Yeah, big hype. Old company moved legacy apps to Kubernetes with no real reason, and they said they ran on Kubernetes. Yeah, I'm sure they also accrued a lot of, what is it called? Cloud costs because of that too. Like what B. Deckard said here. Yeah, big hype. Old company moved all legacy apps to Kubernetes with no real reason. Then they said that they ran it on Kubernetes. I would be curious to know, B. Deckard, if they actually even like got anything out of that. Like, probably are not saving money because more often than not, going to Kubernetes actually does cost more. Plain and simple. You need more VMs. You're looking for more high scale availability, like things like that, right? Like whoever, I know somebody just said they run like 54 VMs, right? That's probably because that's literally all they need, right? Like that's it. And that's great. Like they have scaled them, scaled their cluster and infrastructure down to their exact needs. But like Kubernetes isn't just about what you need. It's also about like being able to scale out as far as it needs to, right? And so there are times where, you know, you might have 90 VMs or something like that because you've scaled out versus sitting at like a solid static 60. Like I would imagine just going to Kubernetes probably costs more. Also investment and a lot of time in automation, getting all that stuff set up. How does it work? You know, things like that. A lot of people think just going to Kubernetes is a win, but it's actually normally a massive dump of money. Yeah, unless there's a valid reason for it. We do not use Kubernetes. Well, I shouldn't say we don't use Kubernetes. We do. We use everything at Hippo. Like at Hippo, we use everything. I literally can't say there's a single thing we don't probably use in some way, shape, or form. But when we talk about solving our problems at Hippo, all of our main like production services are not in Kubernetes. They are in ECS because Amazon takes care of that from a containerization perspective. They take care of the uptime of their services. They just run our containers for us. So when we talk about solving problems as an organization, we don't even use Kubernetes as our main frontline because it doesn't solve the problems we need. Right? If we were running Kubernetes as our main frontline services, right? And then do you know how many calls I would be getting just because we took over ownership of the orchestration layer? That's the easiest way I can explain it to you, right? It's the difference between renting a car and owning one. When you rent it, you break it. You got insurance, at least they fix it, right? Yeah. You break it, you own it, you fix it. What's my keyboard? My keyboard is a Moonlander. Yeah, it's a Moonlander. Thank you for the help in chat, by the way, guys. I appreciate that. And the one I know, and my manager said we need Kubernetes for this front end. Yeah, no, anybody saying we need Kubernetes for front end is, I don't know. Ask them why. That's the best way I could say it. Just ask them why, and just listen and see if it doesn't sound ridiculous to you. I remember those Symphony streams. Has it been that long? It has. Yeah, we've been streaming for like 4 years. Yeah. A while now. Seen a talk by Comcast Engineering about how they use Kubernetes to handle video streams. That is a good solution, right? Like we're talking about needing a lot of processes, threading those processes, sharing those processes, scaling those processes. Kubernetes is great at that, as well as doing it affordably. You get to pick where you want your VMs to run, right? Like Comcast may say, all right, we have 2 Kubernetes clusters. half of it's on-prem that does all of our transcoding, and then half of it's in the cloud, and that's all of our storage. Those two clusters work together. All of our automation works the same because everything's in Kubernetes. We just point some things to different clusters. Bam, bam, boom. Now you got the power of both worlds with just one orchestrator. That, my friend, is what makes Kubernetes so great. Being able to do stuff like that, because you cannot as easily at least do that with like Amazon ECS, right? Where ECS, and you actually can now, ECS does allow you to like run their workloads on your hardware and stuff. But that's my point, is like, did they even think about that? Maybe, maybe not. Or were we already in the, like, if you're already in the cloud and things already work, then you just iterate over that, right? You don't just say, let's change everything. Unless you have a good reason to do that, right? Unless you have a good reason to do that. Yeah, Swarm for me and my fairly limited required scope is 100%. Honestly, Swarm is pretty close to Kubernetes. Kubernetes just like, there was a time period, and I don't know if any of you guys go back this far in the container wars. This is what they were at one point, basically. Where like there was like 3 orchestrators that were really big. It was Kubernetes, Docker Swarm, and Mesos, right? I think Mesos was the other one. And these 3 were just like head to head, like trying to like, okay, like putting out features left and right. Obviously, we know which one won, Kubernetes. But Swarm was built on a lot of the same concepts that like Kubernetes had. Like, for example, Swarm has Raft. It has the consensus algorithm built into it so that it like stores data and has like consistency the same way Kubernetes does. However, Kubernetes solved it by separating it and using etcd, whereas Swarm, Docker, you know, kind of thought they were clever, and so they decided to build the consensus like protocol themselves or whatever. And honestly, it doesn't work really well. You find yourself dealing with a lot of locked states with Docker Swarm that are a lot harder to get out of than like something with Kubernetes. And I've dealt with that. Like I know that experience. I've been there. Swarm just stopped getting supported for features. It's basically on only like bugs and stuff now. That's all they really release for it. It's just bug updates and security updates. But yeah, there was a time where Docker Swarm was actually going to give Kubernetes a run for its money, mostly because Docker, you know, was everywhere. And you like, why run Kubernetes when you can just do, you know, Docker Swarm in it with your Docker containers? And that was a big value. It just didn't win, right? Docker was trying to do too much. So my blog shouldn't run on Kubernetes. I mean, if you want to spend a lot of money, it can, sure. No, that's 100% legit. Well, I appreciate that. Seriously, all you guys hanging out chatting today, I really do appreciate it. I love talking about this stuff. I know, don't worry, we are going to hop into Nix. We are going to be doing Nix basics language stuff today. You're not diverging me that much, chat, okay? I love you, but I have a plan of things I want to do today. God dang it. Gosh darn it, sorry, and we're going to do it. But I am enjoying this conversation. We haven't talked about Kubernetes in a minute, so it's fun. Yeah, most companies say they don't want to be cloud provider locked, and then they would never move from their current cloud provider either. Yeah, like for example, and I'm gonna hop on that super fast, Whisper. If you are only in one cloud, and you don't care, and your company's never talked about being multi-cloud, it's not a problem. These cloud providers are huge, dude. Okay, they have regions in parts of the world you've never been. Okay, you only need multi-cloud if you know you need it. All right. The multi-cloud, another thing that's just like such a selling point that nobody uses. Give me a 1 in chat if you're a true multi-cloud company or you work at a true multi-cloud company. Give me a 1 in chat. And by the way, it can't be your infrastructure, right? Like it can't be, I work at a web hosting company and that's why we're multi-cloud. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you have infrastructure that you lean on daily for production in Google as well as Amazon as well. And I'm talking production, chat. I'm not just saying that you got random stuff over in certain places. So no on-prem. I mean that I'm talking more of like actual cloud providers. Okay, so we have a few. B. Deckard, Pravon, Wetsty, and Oh My Mindy. In the fewest of words possible, can you tell me why? What is the reason of doing multi-cloud that is a part of your bottom line? And again, I'm not saying multi-cloud's bad. I'm just simply trying to understand why. Because there's normally, if it is, there's normally a reason for it, right? There's normally some type of reason. Oh, we had problems with AWS and we need uptime, so we shifted this to over here, doing this and stuff like that. You know what I mean? We're a multi... Okay, no, you don't count. Oh my Mindy, I'm sorry. You don't count. That's very sweet. I appreciate that. That doesn't count. We do it for a job. That's fair, but no, that's not what I mean. That's not exactly what I mean. I get your point there. That's fair. You guys consult for it, but no, I mean like a company that has decided that's not technically focused on multi-cloud that has decided we need multi-cloud for some reason. That's all I'm trying to say. That's why I said like the provider thing, like being a host, right? If you work at a web hosting company or something like that, I would imagine you have like infrastructure across tons of things, right? Or again, if you're a consulting agency as well or something like that, that would make sense. Yeah, for sure. But I'm talking about like insurance or healthcare or I don't know, some other kind of tech like why are they using multi-cloud? You know what I mean? If you're using AWS SDK, is there an easy way to shift to G-Cloud function? You'd probably want to use something like Terraform or Pulumi. You know what I mean? One, Azure and AWS. Migrating from AWS to Azure is why, and it's slow. Not sure why are there... So, Uber King Kong, would you say that you're actually multi-cloud or the goal is to be single cloud? Because it sounds like the goal there is to be single cloud. Okay, so B. Deckard, you don't count either because you're in government. Yeah, government doesn't count either. That's a given. Normally, government stuff is multi-cloud, mostly because of like certain security things that they have. Some clouds can do specific security, like basically they can adhere to specific security things. Other clouds cannot, stuff like that. So yeah, no, that's more of a, in my personal opinion, that's a good reason, but that I think in that sector, a lot of them also most of them are probably multi-cloud because of the contracts that the government gets, right? They are more so focused on being like, all right, we're gonna, just solve these problems. We'll do it here, and who's ever gonna give us the best bid? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that I'm talking about technical, like what Ropiton is saying here, redundancy, right? All that, like that's what I'm curious if normal companies are thinking about this. You know what I mean? Different customers use different cloud providers. Yeah, no, that makes sense, right? Like again, your goal is to service people across all of these different cloud providers. That again, that's another very good reason. AKS and GCP, I think they run some ML stuff on GCP that is not available. That's a good reason. Multi-cloud for, like we said before, some things exist in somewhere and some things exist in otherwhere. Like those are really good values, right? Like those are really good values to have. So yeah, I mean, it sounds like the people who said one have, again, pretty good reasons. One of them was because their company focuses on supporting other companies that use multiple different types of cloud providers. So they have to know, all of these different cloud providers and how to work with them. We had somebody else who was government focused, right? Again, government focused is very contracting focused. And so there's probably infrastructure all over the place in that one, at least. Did we talk about Pravon, what did you say? Because I know we talked about MNDY. I know we talked about B. Deckard. Did we talk about Wetsty as well? Yeah, Wetsty was migrating. So single cloud. So it sounds like, or at least Uber King Kong, with regards to multi-cloud, is actually trying to go single cloud, but they're currently in a migration, which we've done as well, right? I've been there. Pravon, did you Oh no, because you said, never mind. You said on-prem. Yeah, you said on-prem. I don't want to take on-prem out of the equation. It's just kind of like on-prem's more of a common thing for any company to do, right? At some point, you just go like, we probably should save some money and run this on-prem. Versus saying like, we're going to purposely go to a different cloud provider for these reasons and stuff like that. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate that. I see customers use it multi-cloud. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to be completely, transparent here. We do that at Hippo. AWS's ML does not really compare to the ML at Google. We use BigQuery. And that's why we're multi-cloud, right? Like I'm not saying Hippo's not. I'm just saying that is a super valid reason, right? This is this is affecting our bottom line. This is something that can improve our products and things like that. It's not here, right? Here's another good example. Azure has no type of hosted email solution. Mind-blowing, right? Azure does not have any type of hosted email solution, really, at all. And so, like, if you want to send transactional emails, you can't even do it, really, on Azure. Amazon has what's it called? SES, Simple Email Service, right? Bam. That's a reason to be multi-cloud, right? Thinking about these things instead of just saying, I want to be multi-cloud, and I'm not even saying redundancy is a bad thing. You might have redundancy. You might have had services or stuff that you lean on, right, that fail or, whatever. And then you go, okay, well, we need to go to a different, like that redundancy is not a bad reason. I would say it's less common, mostly because, again, if it's at least the big three, Amazon, Google, or GCP, you're either at a high scale to where you deal with it daily. Hi, I deal with it daily. That's why I can say it. Or it's just not a problem. You know what I mean? It really isn't. I really don't or it's just like random blips every now and then, unless you're constantly looking at like Amazon's services and, constantly looking at their traffic and, all of their, like what I do basically, it's just not as common. You're going to see outages or things like that just because you're not paying attention to it as much, even though they might be happening, it just might not be as much of a problem for you, which is a lot of companies, honestly. If you had to develop multi-cloud setup, how would you be able to do it? E.g., some AWS Lambda uses Boto. So in all seriousness, to solve that problem, I'm not wearing a Crossplane shirt. No, this is actually a Circle CI shirt. Aha! Yeah, shout out to Circle CI, by the way. They're cool people. We got some friends at Circle CI. They gave me some swag. But anyways, okay, so I think it's a super, super great question, Atish, and I wanna kind of talk about that really quickly. Basically, they asked, if you had to develop a multi-cloud setup, how would you do it? Do you know how I would do it, chat? I wouldn't even consider any of them clouds. I would look at all of their products, and then I would think of them all as one massive infrastructure, right? And I would say like, okay, well, I actually don't have 3 different warehouses. I have one huge warehouse, right? And I need to figure out a way of networking all of those together. That's going to be the first problem. How do we make these warehouses talk to each other, right? Once we do that, a lot of problems have been solved, right? Then we could start taking things off of the shelves of different places. So like what I would probably try to do is if I really wanted to be truly multi-cloud, I would probably focus on being entirely cloud agnostic across the board and just focusing on what problems I'm trying to solve and what solution fits the best solution. And then having, again, some type of lower level glue that connects all of them together, right? It could be site to sites, it could be whatever, but if I was really going to be like, all right, I'm not going to look at one cloud and just try and use as much as I can, then I would definitely be like, okay, we have 3 clouds now, right? Here's the best solution for Lambdas. Here's the best solution for this. Here's the best solution for that. Let's build it, right? And that's how I would do it. Yeah, that's definitely how I would do it. And I would use, Pulumi or Terraform or something like that to glue all of those pieces together. Yo, what up? What up, Toda? What's going on, dude? 44 months. Nice, man. It's not like you stream on this channel or anything. It'd be more impressive if you didn't literally own half of the channel. What up, Toda? How's it going, buddy? How can I get the same Linux setup as yours? Well, believe it or not, we're about to go over something called Nix that'll literally give you the exact same setup as mine. However, I do have a nice little YouTube video on how you could also do it as well. So I highly recommend you check out that YouTube video. But yeah. There's ways of making that happen for you, my friend. Hey, did you see Next.js Conf? I saw. I mean, I haven't watched it. I've just heard the things. I'm on Twitter, so yeah. Did you see the comparison between Vercel and Kubernetes? Pretty much, they said Kubernetes is not needed as Vercel provides the same things. So I'm going to say this as somebody who works in DevOps and has done it for a while. I'm pretty good at yelling or at noticing bullshit and smelling it like pretty quickly. I just went over how Kubernetes is not really needed for front ends. So I would probably actually say that I would maybe believe it, right? I don't know if I would say they solved the problem because I don't know what they mean by that. But if we were to say in general, Kubernetes is not really something that solves a front-end problem, you know what I mean? Or it's not focused on solving front-end problems, then yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that for sure. Do I think Vercel is going to be like the saving grace to it? No. No. But I do think that they're not wrong. It's definitely possible that there are solutions out there, and Vercel might be one of them, that you could just not need Kubernetes. Like that's like me basically saying you could either use a car or a bicycle to walk your dog, or you can use your legs. Like, you're still going to end up walking your dog. They're still going to get there, right? Like, and you're still going to go at the pace that the dog moves. It's just like, what vehicle do you want to be in, right? Vercel probably is providing some type of very simpler solution, that they think is lighter and does focus on just solving front-end problems, which is fair. But do I think they're gonna be the owners of it? No. I think they've gotten a lot of really cool hype and a lot of really cool growth, and I think Vercel, I think they're doing cool stuff. Don't get me wrong. I think Next is really dope. I think their ideas around the biggest hype for React nowadays is server. Yeah, exactly. Like they're big. Them trying to support these hybridized components. Again, I worked in front end for three years, and I've still been very fascinated about it. I understand, when you want data being pulled directly on the server versus, when you want to put it in a client and, have it in a static file front end. Like, there's really awesome advantages of having these, kind of edge components, which are almost the same of edge functions, you know what I mean? And stuff like that. It's really fascinating stuff. How often do we need it? I don't know. I don't know. It's just cool stuff to me, But I would definitely agree with the sentiment that in general, in front end, Kubernetes does not solve front end problems. It can help you deploy front ends, I guess, but you're going to be running them not really optimally, unless you need server side rendering, right? Unless you need a node process, then yeah, sure, Kubernetes is great. But if we're talking about just static sites, yeah. Which VOD can I find the discussion between you and Avi about the multiple front end builds and stuff? Well, we just talked about it last stream. The last VOD was just me and Avi kind of honestly, it was just him and I going back and forth for a little bit. But yeah, that was the last stream. Honestly, I have not really done a lot of Hippo stuff on stream, kind of purposely. Yeah, kind of purposely, unfortunately. The biggest hype for React nowadays is server rendered components. That is something that seems only doable in Vercel. I don't think it's only doable in Vercel. I think what is actually going on is Vercel is just making it really easy to learn how to do it. The reality of it is Vercel, is leaning on something that is somewhere else that they're doing to do it. So I would imagine it's really they're lowering the learning curve to doing these things, right? Eventually that curve will become lesser, and more people will give more options and stuff like that. That's the other thing I will say I like about Vercel. They're trying to jump on this stuff as quickly as possible. You know what I mean? All right, exclamation mark. Oh, yo, Cornell, I got you, dude. Exclamation mark dot files. There you go. All right, so I have finally caught up with chat. That was awesome. I love our honestly, that's kind of how our streams normally start. First hour or so, we kind of like chat, hang out, catch up, talk about stuff. Now what we're gonna do, chat, is we're gonna hop into the basics of Nix. Now, if you do not know what Nix is, I'm going to go over it very quickly. But before I do that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom because I basically just talked for an hour and a half, and now I have to pee because I drank a whole bunch of coffee. So I'm going to go to the bathroom really quickly. When I get back, we will go through a quick practical overview of what we've already looked at. Basically, the other 3 pills. If you guys are curious of the series that we're doing, we are using a already existing series to kind of go through here called the Nix Pills series. And the idea behind it is this is a series that is focused on from the community to give back, essentially, and try and help people take a step with learning Nix, right? And so this is going to be there's this big matrix pill thing that is in the Nix community. But the idea is every one of these pills is essentially something that helps you understand Nix more. And so there are 20 pills in total, and we're on our 4th pill. So we haven't even really gone down the rabbit hole yet, so to speak. The first pill is just why you should give it a try, right? The second pill is installing it on your operating system, and then third pill was entering the environment. I do want to say this before I get up, though, really quickly. I highly recommend you subscribing to our YouTube channels. There's a couple of reasons why. The first channel is all focused on curated stuff you're not going to see on the stream, basically. And again, I know I keep talking about this. I'm still working on these videos and getting them out. Again, we had TwitchCon, we had the rebrand, we had a bunch of stuff, so kind of push some stuff back. But a last video I put on how to automate your CLI tasks. There's going to be a bunch of other cool stuff in there, so be sure to look forward to that. However, for right now, if there's anything you ever miss, you can always go to the archives, right? The archives is where we put our VODs. I'm going to be uploading our new archives within the next few days. But this is where you can go back and be like, oh, I want to watch this, or I missed that, or whatever. So I highly recommend you check out both of the YouTubes. It is something we really are trying to grow. To be fair, I do a lot. I work my day job. We have the stream. I have obviously personal things that I have as well in my life, just like we all do. And so we also do everything ourselves. We haven't been necessarily trying to go. We've been trying to do more of our own faster than necessarily trying to have to pay people to do it, just because we'd like to save that money if we can. And we can't do it. We love doing this kind of stuff, but it does mean that things happen a little slower. So we appreciate your patience. And yeah, there is a lot of really cool stuff in the pipeline, so I'm excited to share it with you. Outside of that, I'm going to take a super quick break, like I said. If you're new to our channel, be sure to check out that little blurb right there. Again, make sure to check out our Discord and the socials, as well as the YouTube. Also, I'm going to run an ad while I'm gone. So if you don't know why we run ads, we basically run them during breaks so you guys don't miss anything. The TLDR is we hate having to run ads on this platform. It sucks. Twitch has no idea what they're doing with ads, and they're basically just cramming them down our throats. Not a fan of it, personally. I will be somebody who is always against, not necessarily ads in general, because I understand that they are helpful to the platform, its growth, and things like that. But I will not ever be down with somebody literally implementing a feature in their front end that says, if you have an ad blocker on, we will give you 3 times the amount of ads. And do you know why I know that, chat? Because I literally went through it. And if you want to go through it, go install ad blocker and then hit a channel. I guarantee you will get hit with tons of ads. I don't like that type of engineering. It's the reasons why I've left companies. I'm not a fan of it, but I do have to run ads at some point. And so we run them while we're gone. That's the only time we run them. But if you didn't know that little fun tidbit, it is true. If you install an ad blocker of some type and you have it enabled on Twitch, you go to any channel, you're going to get hit with about 3 times the amount of ads you normally would, just to discourage you from using your ad blocker. And I had to disable it. Anywho, so I'm going to take a super quick break. Hit me with 2 ads. I can take it. Thank you, Golden Ratio. Again, you guys are the best. We love you. Seriously, we wouldn't be here without you. So we try and respect you as much as humanly possible, because your time is valuable. And dude, fucking ads, bro. Anyways, all right, I'm gonna take a break. You're gonna get hit with an ad. Just mute it or whatever else. One time I got 6 ads in a row, dude. It's ridiculous. And here's the sad part. They know you'll sit there because they know you love the content creators you love, right? Like, that's what I'm saying, the respect thing. Like, I've done it. I've sat there just like waiting for Hassan to like finally be showed to me again, because I've seen like 9 ads, and it's not even him necessarily, you know, it's Twitch. Anyways, yeah, disable your ad blocks on Twitch and you will hopefully not deal with it as much. Love it. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back. Like I said, I'm going to run it out in the meantime. I appreciate and love you guys. Check out all of our content while I'm gone. And I will see you in a moment. We'll hop into Nix. All right, be right back. 1 second. Yeah, he got a little excited. Okay, so let's hop into this. Thank you, by the way, for everybody who stuck around through the ads. I appreciate that. If you didn't get an ad, it's probably because you're subscribed to the channel. Also, if you subscribe to the channel, you don't get ads. So, you know, just hit that subscribe button, baby. You know what I'm talking about? Anyways, cool. So let's talk about Nix. All right, let's talk about Nix. So I try and give a little bit of an introduction to Nix every time I talk about it, because I understand, excuse me, I understand a lot of people don't know what the is, and that's fine. That's fair. All right. So I'm going to try and break it down to like within five minutes. All right. As quickly as I possibly can. And I'm going to use some comparisons. If any nerds in chat go, oh, that's not a good comparison, shut up. Let me finish. All right. Just let me finish. I have a reason for what I'm comparing things with. Okay. Okay. So let's talk about Nix. All right. Before we talk about Nix, let's talk about how we build front ends, or how we build software in general right now. Right. It is very common for us to write code, right, in some way, shape, or form. And we build that code, right? Whether if it's Go code, whether if it's TypeScript code, in some way, shape, or form, that code is, you know, compiled and pieced together. TypeScript could use Webpack, right? But the main idea is that we write code, and that code has like dependencies. It has like package dependencies, you know, it has host level dependencies, and all these other things that it requires to run, right? So if we're talking about a very simple HTTP server, say like an Express app or something like that, right? We would need node modules, right? We need to install some node modules. We'd need an operating system to run it in. We'd need Node itself, right? And so like this is a problem that's very common in software engineering, which is like, I have this thing I built. Now I want to like compile it and, you know, and piece it together. Commonly, the most common way of doing that today is using something like Docker, right? And so what you do is you create like a Docker file, and you say like from this image, you know, so from Alpine, from Ubuntu, from whatever, and then you write out the steps to creating your application, right? So you have like install, build, you know, compile, whatever. And by the time you're done with that Docker file, you have your software that is ready to run in a Docker container. And like, that's a very common way we do things right now. Docker is also really nice because it can ship containers and like scale it across a bunch of things. However, when we talk about the problems we deal with this solution, right? It can be very common to discover that things change from under you, basically, pretty easily at times. Say you pull a new version of a Docker image you didn't know you had, right? And that's got new libraries in it. And so that's now conflicting or trying to, like, a very common one is using Node Alpine like 314 versus like 316, right? That jump between 316 to 314, there's completely new packages, there's completely new dependencies, like all of this stuff completely changes based off of the operating system, right? And you can even see this where, you know, you're running a Node 16 version of something, but you go from, you know, Ubuntu 14 to Ubuntu 16, and then like everything's broken all of a sudden. You're like, whoa, what happened? You know, that's because the operating system is still supporting the actual application itself in some way, shape, or form, whether it be for the node process, whether it be for lower level libraries that there are like binary bindings to, right? Because Node, like many other languages, does rely on the operating system for a lot of the things that it does. And so you could find yourself constantly having builds break, right? Repositories can't download new versions. They have version conflicts, right? Like all of these kind of things. And it's not to say you can't solve these problems. It's not to say you can't deal with these problems. But what it is to say is that intrinsically, we are only focusing on part of the problem here, which is just trying to figure out a way of reproducing what we do, or repeating what I should say, what we do to build our software, to expect it to essentially build the way it should every time. But we're not really telling the build process itself, like, hey, this is this source, and hey, this is this source, and you can't use Ubuntu 16 unless I tell you to, right? And when I tell you to, then, we'll rebuild and test everything. That, like, it's a much more freeing process, because a Docker file is basically just kind of bash at the end of the day. It's you taking these commands and pasting them in. But when you think about the commands, what they run, right? Think about this. Say you have a script that just like downloads something for you and auto installs it into your container. You have no idea what that script is doing. You have no way of telling Docker, hey, only run this specific script and download these specific files from that specific script, right? Like, these are all super common problems that even, something as powerful as Docker tries to solve, it can't. So that is the scene I want to set for you, right? We're building software. We're leaning on tools like, again, containerization or Docker. And we're leaning on very simple ways of trying to build our software, right? We're just copying and pasting the commands essentially that we would be using normally to, get the build output in our image. So now let's talk about Nix. In Nix, there are three big parts to Nix. Now, if we talk about Docker, Docker has the container runtime itself, the thing that actually runs the container. Docker has the image, which is the static, asset essentially that the container is ran from, right? And then it has like a client that you use and a daemon that you interface with to run these containers, right? So if we were to break Docker down in three different parts, we would say that Docker is containers, right? Images, and some type of daemon that, interacts with all those things. Now, obviously, it's more. There's like volumes and all of these other things, but for right now, we're just going to focus on the container running the process, the image that the container runs, and then the Docker runtime that does all of these things for us. That's what solves a lot of the problems that we're, essentially working with right now. When we look at Nix kind of takes a completely different perspective here. And the first thing that Nix does that a lot of other build systems don't do is it says, you need to tell me where things are coming from, right? So in the first part of the tooling, right, in Docker, we have a Docker file. And that Docker file is like a very simple language that we write all of our things down. Well, we have something like that in Nix, but these are configurations, right? And in Docker, where things are a bit more imperative, right? In Nix, it's actually declarative, right? And this is kind of where we start comparing what kind of problems we deal with Docker versus the problems that Nix try and solves. Ideally, when you compare something to like Docker and Nix, the easiest way to look at it is they're build systems. They are systems that we are using to building and packaging our software. And Nix does that as well. Nix is able to have a familiar configuration that it can read, and it can build your software for you, right? But how they do it and what tools they use to do it are massively different. With Docker, we have essentially an imperative approach. So for example, I don't know. Let's see if I can just like find a Docker file really quickly. So we'll go to, hold on, let's pull up a Docker file. So maybe there's one in Symphony. Did I have a Docker file in Symphony? I did not. Okay. Here we go. Quirk front end portal, right? So if we look at this Docker file, it's super simple, right? From Node Alpine, right? Workdir, right? Package, copy, and this is just like all shell scripting, right? But this isn't declarative, right? And what I mean by that is we don't necessarily know what the output of these commands are going to be. We're simply running them and saying if it runs, it should give us what we want, right? When we look at something that's declarative, for example, NixOS, we go here. This is a Nix flake, and again, we're going to go deeper in a second. But the main point of the comparison here is that where we have just a very simple from and like an image, in Nix, everything is declared on where it's coming from. So I'm saying like, okay, well, where are my packages coming from? Where, excuse me, where's like a specific thing I'm trying to install? Where's that coming from? Where's NeoVim Nightly coming from, right? And what Docker does in its Docker file and kind of fails to do, what Nix does in its configuration files is it essentially says, hey, before we start any kind of building or anything, you have to tell me where these things come from. And it is down to the package manager. And this is where we talk about the second part of Nix, okay? So with Docker, we just talked about the Docker file, right? And we compared the Docker file of Docker to Nix's configuration file, right? And we noticed that, you know, again, at the top, the Docker file has inputs, and it's able to then take those inputs and then translate them, right? Well, the next thing that Nix has is it has its own package manager. So if we talk about Docker, right? Docker leans on the existing package managers of operating systems. So for example, if I'm using node 1604 Alpine 314, then that means that anytime I try and do an apt install or an APK install or anything like that, you know where my packages are coming from? They're coming from a random Alpine repository somewhere on the internet. And unless I version lock it, at least, I'm just going to get whatever recent version is available for that specific operating system. In Nix, Nix provides something called Nix packages. Nix packages is the literal package collection, and I think if not one of the largest, if not the largest software package collection out there right now, of over 80,000 software packages, right? So again, first thing we talked about is the Docker files and the two files and how they differ, right? A Docker file and a Nix configuration file. And the second thing we're talking about is Nix's package manager, or essentially where all of its packages live. So when we talk about Docker files, those get created as images, right? And then those images get pushed up to a registry, and you can pull and push down, or push and pull those images as you want. So if I was like, image pull Redis, right? I'm literally pulling down Redis, downloading it, right? And then I can now do Docker image ls, and I have Redis here, right? And I can run Redis. Nix essentially provides the same thing. However, it provides it in a completely shod and versioned package system of over 80,000 packages. And so what happens is, in the Docker sense, when we just install from any type of repository, right? In the Nix sense, what we do is we say, okay, well, I want my Darwin packages or my Mac packages essentially to come from this repository, right? And you'll notice that it's a GitHub repository, right? This GitHub repository is going to be cloned. Its SHA is going to be checked, as well as added to a lock file. And then it's only going to use from that specific version the packages that it needs to install. So, for example, if I said, all right, I want to use this as my packages source for Darwin, right? When I do that, it's only going to install the packages from that given time. So even if I install, say, I need another package, I won't get the absolute latest version. I will get the version of the time that I actually checked to see what was from this specific repository, essentially. This allows it so that new things can't just seed into your application, right? This locks going out to the same repository more than once and new changes coming in, because the literal repository itself is now locked. I won't be able to get the newer versions of Darwin essentially until I update the lock file for Nix Darwin. Then I will get new packages coming in, right? But that makes it so that there's no change, at least from the repository level, in what's getting installed every time you build it, right? It gives you the exact same installation each time. This is a big difference between Docker and Nix, is really, again, the configurations and how they work, as well as the package managers and how they work. Now, to answer your question, Musty, you can lean on the tools of existing package managers to try and vendor lock your versions. You can, right? So with apt, you can do something like apt install, and then like your package equals ... versions, blah, blah. And like you can somewhat version lock, but that doesn't mean necessarily that somebody could republish that version, right? And the SHA has changed. The version itself is the same, but the SHAs are completely different, right? Like I republished 1.4.1, right? You have your Docker file locked to 1.4.1, but then I went, oh, you know what? I need to actually publish 1.4.1 again with some more changes. It's very possible. It happens all the time. People are not good at versioning their software. Sorry, but they're not. And then you accidentally pull down that version again, but now it's got completely new changes and your build system is now broken. Nix essentially says, I look at every change based off of the SHA, right? So it's a literal generated change set that unless if something is changed, we get a new SHA. It's not the same thing. And so again, when we compare how we download our packages when we go to build our software and what that problem looks like, something I explained to you guys earlier, right? In a Docker file sense, it's very imperative because we don't know what we're gonna really get, right? Or we don't have really good really good binders and like restrictions around that, right? You can really just copy a script that pipes an installation method into your Docker file with one line, and that's all you need, right? But in Nix, we literally say, hey, if you want Darwin specific packages, or again, Mac specific packages, you go here. If you want NeoVim nightly, you're going to get it from this repository with these change sets, right? Same thing for Home Manager and then Nix packages itself, right? And you'll see that I'm actually using Nix packages unstable. But the thing that's really nice, again, about this is nothing should change underneath me unless I tell it to. So that's the second part of Nix, okay? The first part is Nix's configuration. The second part is its package manager. With the configuration in the package manager alone, you can do a lot, just like you can do a lot with building images and shipping them to a registry and cloning them. Just like with Docker, once you have something in a Nix package essentially, or a Nix build or derivation is what it's really called, that's shippable anywhere. Here's another very, very big difference though. When I download an image, and I do Docker image ls like this, right? I've downloaded an image that I need to now run as a container, meaning that I need to run a containerized process. I need some type of container orchestrator, whether it be Docker, Podman, whatever. But you get my point of like, there's a bit of overhead even still that is required to get this process running. This is what we're going to talk about next, which is basically how you can really easily work with packages with Nix. Once a package exists in Nix packages repository, it's basically available anywhere. And so, for example, recently I added a flake, or basically a Nix configuration, to LSP containers. And the reason for that was I wanted a very portable NeoVim configuration. And I had a very big challenge with this because when I tried containerizing NeoVim, I ran into like user permission issues and just like things that naturally do not work well with containers, right? So this is a scenario where I'm looking at multiple build systems and I'm looking at Docker or containerization, and I'm going, oh, maybe containerization is not the best approach here, because naturally when you containerize something, you get completely new permissions, you get completely new scope of, all these things. Nix is not a containerized platform in any way, shape, or form. The closest thing I can compare to how Nix builds its software is really probably more related to like Homebrew. And so when you actually install or basically pull software down from Nix, you're not actually like pulling down a pre-build of any kind. What you're doing is you're pulling down the definition of the configuration, which is sitting right in front of us, right? So the equivalent would be you're pulling down the Docker file, right? And then you build everything right then and there. Nix works lazily, however. And what that means is that once it builds something once and you reference it again, you don't have to rebuild it. So effectively, if I wanted to use this program here, this custom NeoVim on my computer, I could just do GitHub like this, Nix run, GitHub LSP containers NeoVim, right? And then if I hit enter, you'll see that there's a moment where it downloads. Now, I've already built this, so I don't need to wait for it to build again. But you'll see a moment where it downloads the configuration, and then it actually goes to check to see, okay, do I need to build anything? Is everything okay? And then it runs the application once I do that. There is no containerization here whatsoever. I want to be clear on that. There's no containerization here whatsoever. What is happening is Nix is going out, getting the source code, downloading it, looking at the configuration, building it on your computer, and then running it directly for you. This is where we can talk about the last and final kind of piece here, which is Nix's store / like, I'm going to kind of put these in together, which is its operating system. Now, they're two really different things, but I kind of want to put them together because they kind of work together. When I said that Nix works a lot like Homebrew, and I just told you that it builds software on your computer, essentially, it has to put those builds somewhere, right? And so in a Docker world where we do like Docker image ls, right? These are all images that are still being stored somewhere on your computer. What Nix does is it actually leans on its package manager. So for example, when I build NeoVim and I need LSP config, well, guess what? LSP config is in the Nix packages, right? So once I build it, again, it becomes available as a package. It's incredibly reusable and very easy to reuse in all of my configurations. And so what happens is, Scotty, what did I just say? I have a reason for explaining it the way I am. Hold on, let me get to it. So what's really nice is because Nix packages has so many packages in it, once you've put these packages or basically made them redistributable, they're very easy to reuse, but they still need to build, right? So for example, if nvim lsp config has other requirements, right? It's going to reuse the packages in Nix packages, right? Just like it would in, Alpine APK add. Like if you downloaded or if you installed a package with APK, right, and it had some dependencies, those dependencies are going to go with it. Nix packages works the same way. So that's what I mean by, the portability, where essentially if you run a Nix package or a Nix, derivation essentially on your computer, what you're doing is you're essentially saying, I want to rebuild this locally and I want to use everything, all of the packages, from Nix and all that kind of stuff. And I want to build it here. When you build it, just like Homebrew, it gets built to a specific location on your computer. And this is where the two parts of like NixOS versus Nix, the store itself, are. So when we talk about where all of those packages go, they go in a place called the Nix store. And if we do /nix/store, we're going to see an incredibly long list. As a matter of fact, we're going to see a list of all of the derivations or builds that I've ever done on my computer before the most recent cleaning that I've done. And when I mean that Nix is lazy loading, what it means is that if there's any other pieces of software that need these builds, right? You'll notice automake, you'll notice Python, right? You'll notice TZ data. Like these are all, binaries and things that are required for other software to run. I will have that, and then it will be able to reference that. Look at this, Vim plugin, Capuchin, right, as well. And so this is where everything lives. Anytime you build something, this is where that data and that output basically will go. However, it's completely immutable, right? And so what that means is that whenever you build something, it's always new. You're never going back and changing something again. Make sense? So when we talk about Nix as an entirety, and we kind of like put all of the scope together, and we compare it to Docker, now that I've kind of explained, at least, again, just some bare minimums of how it works, right? We've got Docker, which has got, again, the container runtime, it's got its images, and then it's got like the, again, the client or, the interface essentially that you use to work with it, the Docker file you use to work with it. Nix has got, again, some similar ways of solving those problems. We have a configuration, right? Our Nix configuration, that describes where our sources come from. That describes how we want to build our software and what we're going to use to, to build that software with, right? And then we also have the package manager, which is kind of comparable to the image or the registry, where once you build the software, you need it somewhere to store it, right? And that's where it's either in Nix packages or in a repository, right? Versus Docker, where it's like an image in a registry. And then the last thing where we kind of talked about with the store, right, is like, well, when we're building, like when we're actually pulling down these configurations and building them, right, we're not creating containerization, we're not doing anything super crazy. We're literally just saying, okay, well, I want to build this locally for this specific architecture, right? x86 64, or ARM or ARM, whatever, right? I'm going to store all of these builds in a specific location, and then I'm basically just going to create a shell that you can work in that links to all of those things. So when I run this command, I'm essentially in a completely new shell that is linking to all of the existing files in my Nix store, right? So there's no containerization here, there's no overhead, it's just plain and simple, running a process that exists on my computer now. There's not necessarily a common concept of a clean build that I'm aware of with Nix building. What Nix relies on more is garbage collection, but since the builds are immutable, builds will stay the same unless inputs change, but having a previous version of something installed does not preclude you from installing a newer version. Yeah, no, for sure. Got a question, builds. When people do clean builds, is that cleaning all your builds? Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I didn't read that. Yeah, so when I say clean, just to be fair, I'm talking about the garbage collection side of stuff. And essentially, Nix does rely on tree shaking in the language, which we're about to start messing with here in a second, to say, okay, in my current environment, what am I using, right? So like right now, you're fine. So like right now, for example, if I do like where is nvim, you're going to notice that it's actually in my store, right? nvim store 237, blah, 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 right? This is for literally everything. Where is Python? Look, it's in my store as well, right? And so what happens is whenever you rebuild, you essentially also create a whole new shell where all of those things are linked to, right? And that's basically what gives you the ability to then start using those binaries and running them and stuff like that. So essentially what you're doing with Nix is you're building your software, you're putting it somewhere as well as all the other software you need to build. And then you're saying, all right, I'm going to create a shell that links to all of that software. And then when I don't have any shells that exist anymore or any environments that link to that software, I'm going to do a garbage collection. And whenever there's nothing that exists or nothing that is linked to any of these builds, they all go away. But if there's like a couple builds that are linked to a couple things in an environment or something like that, then they will get, they will stay. And again, like that's the whole cycle, right? Does that mean that does that mean that, sorry, wait, what? I'm late. Is this Nix installed in single user / Nix and no daemon? It depends. I believe by default it wants to like get into the system essentially because it installs. I'm on NixOS. Yeah, I'm on NixOS right now. So I'm actually using the operating system, which is really the third part of Nix that we didn't talk about. So I talked about the store, but the store isn't really the third main piece. The store is just a part of the packaging system and how everything works. But it's really good to understand that with Nix, you're basically just rebuilding software on your computer and running it. There's no containerization, there's no extra layer or anything like that. It's building software into a folder that is immutable, and then that folder gets linked to your shell for all this, for all the binaries and everything that you need. Cool. Okay, cool. So let's talk about and let's jump into the actual operating system, or I'm sorry, the actual language now, because I feel like I've given you guys at least a basic understanding of what all of these pieces are and kind of caught you up to where we're at. So here we go. The basics of the language. Welcome to the fourth Nix pill. In the previous article, we learned about Nix environments, which is kind of what I explained, where again, Nix gives you an environment of all of your, configuration and everything. We installed software as a user, which is something you can do as well with Nix. You can do it manually if you'd like. Manage their profile, switch between generators, and query the Nix store. Again, just things that I kind of just went over a bit. These are the very basics of system administration using Nix. The Nix language is used to write expressions that produce derivations. Now, to be clear, if you do not know what a derivation is, I'm just going to explain it right now. A derivation is the literal package and or build, essentially, is what you can consider it. In Nix, there's not really this concept of like versioned software that you download and like get version, blah, 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 blah. There is versioned software, but it's all done with SHAs, right? That's the real differentiator of just like change sets and like, which change set are you looking for? So what we do is we produce derivations and then we tell it which of those derivations we want to use. And we can use versions as like a way of matching it. But at the end of the day, there's only one derivation that we're going to use for like NeoVim or something else, right? The Nix build tool is used to build derivations from an expression. And that's basically the equivalent of like Docker build. It's the Nix build tool. Even as a system administrator that wants to customize the installation, it is necessary to master Nix. Using Nix for your jobs means you get the features we saw in the previous articles for free. And that's entirely true, right? We definitely get a lot of additional features because we're talking about really high level reproducibility and, reusability that's very easy, that doesn't require, again, containerization or virtualization or things like that. This Nix, the syntax of Nix is quite unfamiliar. And it's true, it is. The syntax of Nix is confusing as but don't worry, we'll get through it. So looking at existing examples may lead you to think that there's a lot of magic happening. In reality, it's mostly about writing utility functions to make things convenient. And that's true. Nix is a functional programming language. And so with functional programming languages, you're kind of more focused on building a lot of functions. On the other hand, the same syntax is great for describing packages, so learning the language itself will pay off when writing package expressions, which is what I was just telling you guys about, right? The actual configurations that we use to build our Nix derivations, right? Important. In Nix, everything is an expression. There are no statements. This is common in functional language. So what does that mean, chat? It essentially means that if we go back to like, let's go back to like front end, for example, right? And we go to this Docker file here, right? These are all just like, commands that we're putting in here, right? When we go to something like, a Nix configuration, right? These are actually expressions, right? Like Darwin configurations is a value that is being evaluated by a language, right? These are values that are being expressed and returned, right? And so that's what we mean by saying that everything in Nix is essentially some type of expression. We are writing logic that is returning our configuration rather than just saying like, run this command, good luck, right? And another thing is important, that is values in Nix are immutable. Pretty much everything in Nix is designed to be immutable. So that's just something to be aware of, is really Nix doesn't want to change existing things. It just wants to build new things whenever something changes. Nix 2.0 contains a command named NixRepl, which is a simple command line tool for playing with the Nix language. In fact, Nix is a pure, lazy, functional language, not only a set of tools to manage derivations, right? And so that's where we kind of started, where I said Nix is three things. It's a programming language, it's a package manager, and it's also an operating system. And you can use them individually, you can use them all together, and things like that. The NixRepl syntax is slightly different to the Nix syntax when it comes to assigning variables, but it shouldn't be confusing as long as you bear it in mind. I prefer to start with NixRepl before cluttering your mind with more complex expressions. Launch NixRepl. First of all, Nix supports basic arithmetic operations, plus, minus, multiplies, and divides. To exit NixRepl, use the command Q. Available is through... Okay, so let's do that. Let's do NixRepl. All right, we're in the NixRepl. I'm going to move this over here. And then we're going to say 1 plus 3. So very simple, right? We're at least getting some basic arithmetic. So we can do basic arithmetic. So out the gate, when we talk about building things, right, we have arithmetic, right? We have computation, right? And again, this is what we mean by these are expressions versus like a Docker file that's just saying copy and paste a command. Like we actually have logic that we can build our software against, you know what I mean? So again, 3 times 2, 6. So yeah, the REPL is, again, at least from a language perspective, responding with basic arithmetic. That's cool. So let's keep moving forward. Attempting to perform a division in Nix can lead to some surprises. Okay, so let's try that. 6 divided by 3. Interesting. I don't know about this. Let's give this a shot. Sorry. God damn it. It just escaped my fucking memory. Hang on. Hagelberg Dev, what's up, dude? I didn't pull up a previous conversation in Discord and have to check to see how to say your name again. Dude, thank you for the 7 months, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. Sorry, chat, just so you know, I can never say his name right, and so I'm always terrible at it. Thank you, dude. Man, this is my type of stream. I appreciate the explaining thing a lot. You're welcome. So here's what's interesting. We tried doing a division, right? Perfectly Americanized pronunciation. You know what? You. Now I'm just going to say it wrong purposely because you're making fun of my stupid accent. Hoggle. Whatever. God, dude, I feel so dumb. Which is like sad because like I probably should know how to say that properly. So why, when we do a division, so again, we do 1 plus 3, 4, right? 7 minus 4, or 7 minus 3, 4. Sure, I didn't mean to do that, actually. 2 times 2, 4. However, if I do, 8 divided by 2, we get a path. So why do we get a path? Let's read that. What happened? Recall that Nix is not a general purpose language. It's a domain specific language for writing packages. I actually did not know that. That's good to know. Integer division isn't actually that useful when writing package expressions. Nix parse 6 divided by 3 as a relative path to the current directory. To get Nix to perform a division instead, leave a space after the dash. Alternatively, you can use built-ins .div. Oh, okay. So it actually differentiates paths from divisions based off of spaces. So here's my question then. Does that mean if I do like this? Okay, so yeah. So I guess a good like pattern would be whenever you're doing arithmetic, put spaces, right? 8 times 8, right? 64. Yeah, and so now we should be able to do 8 divided by 2, and there we get 4. Okay, that's neat. That's very cool. That's very interesting. This is what makes me want to learn Haskell. I know I'm saying this and like a bunch of people in chat are just like, oh God, BG, why? Shut up, all right? I'm interested in it. Don't judge me. Oh, what's up, Cran? How's it going, dude? Why? Other operators are or, and not for Booleans, and relational operators such as not equals, greater than, less than, greater than, equal to, less than, equal to. In Nix, greater than, okay, so here we go. In Nix, greater than, equal to, or less than, equal to are not much used. There are also, oh, here, let me move this back over here. There are also, sorry, what is it? There are also other operators we'll see in the course of this series. Interesting. So, couple things to note about Nix already in the language, right? It's domain specific. It's not a general purpose language. I actually did not know that. That's very good to know. It makes sense though, because I've tried things in Nix and then I've been like, why can't I do this? And now I realize why I can't do it, because it's domain specific. Anyway, so that's good to know. That does mean that you're going to fall into that same pattern, chat. And I think that this is a first thing I want to point out with regards to Nix. All right. And outside of just the usual stuff. Oh, by the way, chat, if you're interested in joining a Nix community, you should really join our Discord. We have a fantastic place filled of very, very smart people. And yeah, they can definitely help you out with your Nix questions. And it's again, it's oh god, it accidentally connected to their channel. But yeah, it can be very helpful to be around other people, because at NixCon we wrote rock, paper, scissors, and Nix. Nice. I love that. The main reason why I say this though is one of the biggest challenges with Nix is knowing its like caveats and like learning curves essentially. There are definitely things that I've tried doing in the Nix programming language that like I'm realizing again, based off of just seeing that it's domain specific and it's more focused toward configuration and stuff like that. Yeah, there might be some limitations that you're not fully expecting yet. And so with that being said, there is a bit of a learning curve here that we can kind of expect. Another thing of them saying like the greater than operators and stuff like that not being used as much. That's also very interesting. Nix has integer, floating point, string, path, boolean, and null simple types. Then there are also lists, sets, and functions. These types are enough to build an operating system. Nix is strongly typed, but not statically typed. That is, you cannot mix strings and integers. You must first do the conversion. So does that make sense to everybody? Basically, there's no like dynamic conversions here. If you need to use a string for something, it needs to return a string, or basically whatever you're giving it needs to be a string. Otherwise, it will not like it. Nixlang is specific to Nix. Yeah, Nix language is specific to Nix. Yes. Sorry. Yeah, it just means that it's a language specific to solving Nix problems. As demonstrated above, expressions will be so another domain language would probably be like HCL, right? Am I a fair assessment in saying that like HCL is probably a domain language as well? I think that would be accurate, an accurate expression, or because you don't really use HCL for anything but like Terraform. As demonstrated above, expressions, HTML. Yeah, that's fair. You don't really use use it for anything but websites, really. Said Gawk, SQL. There are lots. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So expressions will be parsed as paths as long as there's a slash not followed by a space. Therefore, to specify the current directory, use ... in addition. Hey, that's cool. Okay. I like that. That's neat. I'm not going to lie. I have not gone through this pill series, and I actually am really appreciating this because like these are little things I probably could have used to learn earlier, or at least used knowing earlier. So I'm glad I'm doing this. Not all URLs or paths can be parsed this way. If a syntax error occurs, it's possible to fall back to plain strings. Literal URLs and paths are convenient for additional safety. That makes sense. Nix is written in Nix using Nix framework, which is built in Nix using Nix for core and Nix styling. I mean, that's pretty accurate. Okay, identifier. There's not much to say here except that dash is allowed in identifiers. That's convenient since many packages use dash in their names. So what we're saying here essentially, chat, is that if we do a-b, that's actually a variable, right? Variables can have dashes in them. So, you can do this if you want. You could do this if you want. You could do this if you want. But you can also do this. You can actually do variables with a-b or dashes in them and stuff like that, and they are valid identifiers. Strings. It's important to understand the syntax for strings. When learning to read Nix expressions, you may find dollar signs ambiguous, but they are very important. Strings are enclosed by double quotes or two single quotes. So for example, if we wanted to do a string, hi chat, right? There we go, there's a string. Or if we wanted to do a double quoted string, we could do it like that. Hi chat as well. I will check that out. Yeah. I will check that out. I appreciate that, Crane. In other languages like Python, you can also use single quotes for strings, but not in Nix. It's possible to interpolate whole Nix expressions inside strings with the $, squiggly bracket open, squiggly bracket close syntax, and only that syntax. No $foo or squiggly $foo or anything else. So let's give it a shot. So what they're saying is all right, if we do foo equals hi chat, right? Like this. And then we try and do foo, we're just going to get $foo as a string, right? We're not actually doing proper string interpolation here. To do actual string interpolation, we have to do $squiggly and then our value and then close squiggly, and then we get the proper interpolation. Let's try 2 plus 3 because that's actually interesting. 2 plus 3 cannot coerce an integer into a string. Exactly, because right. We can't actually evaluate two different types into each other, right? And so what we're doing is we're saying, hey, what we'd have to do is we'd have to evaluate this, convert it to a string, and then we could interpolate it, right? Okay, makes sense. We're learning, chat. We're learning. Ignore the str-val assignment special okay. As said previously, you cannot mix integers and strings. You need to explicitly include conversions. We'll see this later. Function calls are another story. Using the syntax with two single quotes is useful for writing double quotes inside strings without needing to escape them. So for example, we could do double quotes test, two single quotes test space double quotes space test single quotes, and we would actually get a string of test backspace escaped quote and then test itself, so that it would be a valid string. Okay, so I understand what's happening, but I'm just going to do it so you guys get it too. So the idea here is that this main string is able to do two things. First off, we're able to wrap quotes in quotes, right? So double single quotes. However, it's also able to auto escape this for us. So for example, if we wanted to make sure that when it evaluates, these double quotes don't conflict with these double quotes, then we don't actually have to type that escaping when we do two single quotes. It'll take care of that escaping for us naturally. So that's nice. Escaping within double quote strings is done with a backslash. Within two single quotes, it's done with with two single quotes. Yeah, and that's basically what we kind of just talked about. So for example, if you wanted to within single quotes, say you wanted to actually escape that first one, then you could just escape it like that, and then you get the actual value foo versus evaluating hi chat, right? Cran, thank you for the hydrate. Okay, we're going to get into a little bit more complex data structures. Lists. Lists are sequences of expressions delimited by spaces, no commas. All right. So no commas, only spaces, right? So if we wanted to do a list, we could say like, hi, chat, and then we could say like 1,000 points if somebody just redeemed 1,000 points, right? And then like true, kind of how they've got here. We hit enter, and then we get a list of all those different values, right? Lists, like everything else in Nix, are immutable. Adding or removing elements from a list is possible, but will return a new list. So essentially, we cannot add to this list because everything in Nix is immutable. So if we wanted to add to this list, we would essentially append to a new list, and we would have both of them existing. Thank you for the follow, by the way, guys. I appreciate that. Attribute sets, right? Hashes or dictionaries or whatever you want to call them. Attribute sets are an association between string keys and Nix values, right? So keys can only be strings. When writing attribute sets, you can also use unquoted identifiers as keys. Okay, so let's give that a shot. So we're going to say S for set. And then we're going to declare it with two open squigglies. And then we're going to say foo equals bar, right? And then we're going to give a semicolon to separate the values. A-B equals baz, right? Because remember, we can do identifiers with dashes, right? So this isn't going to break it. It's allowed to do that. And then we'll do 1, 2, 3 is 1, 2, 3, right? So we'll actually just give the value string, and then we'll do an actual number. So we do this. Oh, I forgot my semicolon. Sorry. Wait, no, what? Oh, I forgot an equal. Sorry, my bad. Equal. Boop. There we go. And then if we evaluate it, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, A-B baz foo bar. And so again, you can see that A-B, right? Even though it's not technically a string, right, can still be evaluated as an identifier because of what we said before of being able to give it A-B. So we can actually do a lot here. It's very flexible in that regard. I get why, but that is less human readable. Wait, what is? Oh, the double quotes and stuff. Yeah, they're just so whenever you listen, chat, I gotta be real with you. Listen, anytime you're introduced to a programming language, they're gonna show you how to break it. Right? Like, this is just something that happens in like they should show you like the weird intricacies of it and stuff like that. I don't disagree. Like, that's not really super human readable. But they're just showing you like what the flexibility of what you can and cannot do with it, really. That's all. I don't know if all of this is like, you should be doing it this way or not. Blank space is typically a bad delimiter for a human, that is. I don't disagree with that either. However, there's other ways of doing sets that kind of make it easier. Essentially just stacking them, like don't write them all in one line, actually stack them. And then that makes it a little easier to humanly read them. At that point, I don't really notice that a comma is not there or something else, you know what I mean? Cause they're stacked and like, I know it's in an array or it's in a set, but I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. That's not a bad call out. Okay, so for those reading Nix expressions from Nix packages, do not confuse attribute sets with argument sets used in functions, right? To access elements in attribute set, s.ab. So for example, if we wanted to, we could say s-a-b, and then we get baz, right? So it is a set that actually has attributes that we can reference and use if we need to. Roix, thank you for the follow, as well as everybody else. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate it. Yes, you can use strings to address keys which aren't valid identifiers, right? Instead, an attribute set, inside an attribute set, you cannot normally refer to elements of the same attribute set. So essentially, if you wanted to make an attribute set of A equals 3 and then B equals A plus 4, you cannot do that, or at least you cannot normally refer to that. I was about to say there is a way of actually being able to do that, which is to create a recursive attribute set. And this is something that's very interesting, where essentially you can tell an attribute set, hey, I want to essentially let this evaluate once, and then it will reevaluate any of the values essentially that it needs to within itself, right? And so that's what makes it recursive. It's essentially keeps evaluating itself until it doesn't need to anymore. And so that's where we get A equals 3 and B equals 7. And so in this case, we're showing you that you can actually do this, but you need to be aware of when you're doing it and, kind of why you're doing a recursive attribute set. There might be a need, right? You might have a need of some sort where, you want to evaluate something and then pass another. Remember, guys, I need to be very, very clear on this. This is not a general purpose language, okay? So if you are applying general purpose language mentality, it's not really going to work here. There's going to be intricacies and different parts of the design of this language because it's focused on configuration and Nix, right? It is a domain-specific language. And again, I probably would talk about that. Honestly, I'm going to bring that up almost every time I talk about Nix now because it is very important to be aware that it's a domain-specific language. It's not an actual, general purpose language. So there is if you've ever worked with Terraform before, right? If you've ever worked with Terraform before, you've probably found yourself in a scenario where you needed to have one input evaluate one way, but then it would be super nice if you could just take that first input, reevaluate it, and then put a prefix on it, right? Or something like that. I'm not saying that's the best way of doing it. I'm simply saying these are the types of problems we actually have when we talk about configuration, needing to calculate inputs, where those calculations happen, and stuff like that. A recursive set is actually potentially possible here. Or potentially helpful here is, I guess, what I mean to say. It just depends on how you use it, right? Cran, okay, calm down, buddy. I wanted to write a blog with it. You want to write a blog with what, Nix? Seems like Nix is a pain to work with. It has a learning curve. It definitely has a learning curve. And like I said, it's focused on building software problems, right? It's not just a general purpose language. And yeah, Cran's not necessarily too far off when he says that Nix is literally JSON with functions. How it is used in a lot of way is functions passing data around to other functions, manipulating that data in some way, shape, or form, or reshaping it, and then just passing it to more and more functions, which is what makes it a very functional programming language. Okay, so let's keep moving. If expressions. There are expressions, not statements, right? So technically, A equals 3, B equals 4. If A is greater than B, then yes, else no. No, right? So let's do that. Let's do a quick if expression. So we'll say A equals 3, B equals 4, right? If A is greater than B, then we return yes, else no. Look at that. Bam. No. So we do even have basic if expressions. So we can, again, it is a language, right? We are able to do things with this language, right? But it doesn't mean we can do everything that a normal general purpose language can. There's a solid chance that when you're writing build configurations and stuff like that, you might need an if statement. That is something I could see as somebody who's written a lot of automation and dealt with this a lot. I could see you needing. It was a silly joke. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. No worries. PHP. What about PHP? Let me check my work really quickly before we get into let expressions. Just give me 1 second. I just got to make sure that, shit's not on fire. We good, chat. We good. And I already told everyone that I wasn't going to be there for the meeting today. So there's no expectation of me need to be there. You never need a switch statement though. Nice. I like your name, by the way, Moose Turd. That's just, I love that. Moose Turd. It's so good. God, chat. The internet's just the best. I love you guys. I'm not picking my nose, by the way. I'm just like scratching it. That's sad. Was hoping shit would be on fire. Flaming excrement is the best kind of poop. Yeah, right? I mean, that's fair, right? It definitely would have made my day more interesting. I guess that's fair, you know? Literal shit, you know, on fire. Yeah, that would have made my day a little bit more interesting. No one believes you. That's fine. I don't care what you think. All right, here we go. Let expressions. This kind of expression is. Do you know what? I'm gonna say this, chat, really quickly. I think I can understand early on as a new streamer why I think you really try and be, I think, as nice as you possibly can to chat. But after I've like been around some of you motherfuckers for like 3 years. I can see now why like long-term streamers are completely just like whatever to their chat. I've been dealing with you guys for too long at this point. No, I'm just kidding. I love you guys. But no, I do think it's funny, like the dynamic after, again, just spending so much time with you guys. And I do love you guys. Like I'm just kidding. But I love our dynamic, actually. I do. I think it's awesome. It's just funny. I never thought I'd be like, I don't care what you think. But here we are. Yeah, fun stuff. Mostly listening, though. Oh, dude, listen. There are people in chat who I've probably never talked to, and I literally want to say out to those people right now, if you've never spoken in our chat, but you have been watching me for like, or watching, even me or Toto for like a long time, we love you. You are valued in our community massively. We appreciate it, and honestly we're the same way in a lot of ways. Like we kind of just like hide in streams and enjoy the content because it's it's so different. But no, like whether you're talking in chat or not, like yeah, no, we love you all. Like seriously, it's awesome. Just lurking is creepy though. I mean, it's fine. Listen, like honestly, I would, and I know this sounds like probably like dickish, but like I would, I would rather you say nothing than just trying to say something that like isn't valuable. You know what I mean? I have talked too much to be valued. No, you're all valued here. You're all valued here. I very rarely type, but when I do, it's to give you shit, and that's why I just give it right back. Because I know, and it's fine. It's fine. I enjoy it too. Okay. Sometimes you don't want to hang out around with degenerates. I'm just gonna say what I've always said, which is, as content creators in a scope with a bunch of different content creators, we try and diversify ourselves as much as possible. And that's not disrespectful. It's just being honest. We can't all do the same. Man. And we like doing different stuff. Like we like, even if it hurts us, I guess, in some regards at times, like we like trying new things and whatever. So I don't know. You will more than likely get a bit of a different experience here than you will in other places, for sure. Can't be all part of the deal. I mean, I technically am. We're very close friends with Prime. Like, we love Prime. We're not, we have to be different. We can't just be like all of our friends. Like, that's why we do DevOps. Listen, once like 30 DevOps engineers hit the platform, I'm like, that's the real truth of it. Like, I'm just in a really lucky scenario right now because nobody cares about DevOps but me for some reason. And so, yeah, I'm kind of monopolizing the market. But no, there's a lot of, honestly, like there's a lot of space right now for things besides just what you see now on Twitch. And I'm starting to see more people do it, and it's really exciting. Like I've been seeing like machine learning. I've been seeing like system level stuff and like hardware. And I love it. Like that's dope. Like I love that kind of stuff. Are you telling me you're not sitting on a yoga ball? No, but I'm also telling you that my desk stands. I use it again, right? Still trying to be fit, still trying to take care of the body. I just stand. I don't bounce on a ball. That's the only difference. It's just different. That's all. It's just different. Yeah. So you're getting your bikini on and climbing in your hot tub once we get more DevOps. Oh yeah, basically. I mean, whatever it takes at that point, you know. Once we have to start actually being seriously competitive with other people doing our stuff, I mean, hey, OnlyFans is a thing, you know. I just pop on briefly, shit post a little in the chat, and then watch and evolve. That's my consumer profile, and you know what? That's fine. That's fine. We again, we have our own, you know, our own community, our own. I don't want to call it an army because I don't think it's an army, but our own what's a better society, maybe I think would be a better way of putting it. We have our own society, chat. I like that. That's the one I like. But no, because we're not really trying to fight. We're more you know, we're more like you know, sitting thinking about a bunch of stuff. Platoon. I'm maybe, I don't know. All right, let's keep moving on. Degen Collective. Maybe nothing with Degen in it. No disrespect. All right, let's focus, chat. Let expressions. This kind of expression is used to define local variables for inner expressions. Okay. So to catch back up to where we were, we've talked about very basic identifiers, right? We've talked about strings, right? We've talked about lists. We've talked about attribute sets. And we've talked about ifs expressions. So now what we're going to talk about is something that is patiently waiting for Hot Tub Alta for stream. Oh, don't worry. If we start having to compete, you might see that. That might be something that definitely happens. Hello, Empress Fox, by the way. Hello. You need to check out their OnlyFans. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there may be an OnlyFans link. No, there's not. I'm sorry, there's not. Okay, so let expressions is a very interesting thing that I've used something like it before, but how you use it with Nix is very interesting. Let expressions is a kind of expression to define local variables for inner expressions. That's not really the like unique side of it. It's just kind of how you use it with Nix that's very interesting. But we'll kind of get into that more in a second. So say, for example, I want to create an expression, but I want to give predetermined variables to that expression to use. Kind of like a function, you know what I mean? Where you have a function, you pass down your parameters, those parameters can have values inside of it, right? Well, with a let expression, what I can essentially do is to say like let a equals foo, right? And then I immediately end the expression right there, essentially, for the let part of it, or the declaration of the value, not the let, but the declaration of the values, right? So if I wanted to add any other values, I could keep just doing like B, C, blah, 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 right? But this section here is for, as you notice here, defining all the values you want, right? And then we say in A, right? And so we say in A, and then if I hit enter, what's going to happen is it's going to take the value of A, and then it's going to use that as the inner expression, right? This is just a simple example of how you pass it down. But the idea here is that the syntax, as it says, is to first assign your variables, right? And then the in expression after the in expression is where you can actually use those defined variables. In this case, we just reused A, so it didn't do anything. But if we wanted to get a little bit more interesting with it, hold on. And I kind of want to skip forward to, I guess they don't show it. But here, I could show it to you. If I do A equals foo, like this, and then I say in, I can actually create a whole new expression like this, right? And then I can actually use A and all of these things inside of it, right? Oh, whoops. Hold on. There we go. Now, I am obviously not declaring that properly, and that's why it's like freaking out. But the main idea is that you can create whole new expressions, you can reuse expressions, but it allows you essentially to like create a scope of variables and then use them on the right side of that scope. So let's keep moving forward, and hopefully they'll show you a little bit more of that. So if you say let A equals 3, right? B equals 4. Again, you can do this as many times as you need. And then we say N A plus B. as I said to you, right, anything after the in becomes evaluated and you can use those values. So in this scenario, what we're doing is we're literally saying, okay, we're going to create a let expression that declares a couple input variables, or a couple like variables here, A and B, right? And then in our new expression, we're going to evaluate A and B. And so when we do that, we get 7. So what does this technically mean? It means that you can kind of think of this as a function, right? It's not really a function. It's an actual expression, because you're just kind of expressing what you want to do here, right? But you can see that this produces a result of 7, right? If I change this, now it produces a result of 12, right? This is where I would say this is a bit more Nixy, right? This is a bit more of the Nix side of things, where it enables you to kind of have these really like simple one-line expressions where you can do this if you need to, and kind of like define values for configurations or stuff like that. Or you can, again, do other things and get more complex with it. I really do like the let, though. You use it a lot. And again, the way you use it a lot in like configurations and stuff is you say like this, right? Bar, and then you say in, and then you've got like a completely new expression here that you would return of your actual configuration, right? Okay, so let's keep moving forward. Let's write 2 expressions, one inside the other. So we'll say let A equals 3, right? In, and remember, the in just generates a new expression, essentially, right? So because these are interoperable, or, basically you can use lets inside of lets, we could say, all right, well, A equals 3 in, so that means that the next let that we have, that we declare, B equals 4, we should already have A available to us, right? And we'll still get 7. Technically, this is a let in a let, right? However, it's really not effective here, because it's really just, B, which could be in the main let and then evaluated the same way. But this does show you how flexible this expression can actually be. And again, when we're talking about configuration and stuff like that, being able to be like, all right, I want to evaluate this really quickly, and then I want to evaluate these variables with this one to actually get the full thing, it makes it very nice to write. With let, you cannot assign twice to the same variable. However, you can shadow outer variables. So if we say let A equals 3, right, and then we say A equals 8, in A, it's going to fail because A has already been defined, right? However, if we do let A equals 3 in let A equals 8, right, in A, then we're going to get 8. And the reason for that is because we created a whole new expression to override the 8 with, and we're actually evaluating 8 from here. Right, and this is why we're shadowing outer variables. This variable still exists, but we've kind of shadowed it by saying, well, we're going to create a whole new expression, and now A equal to 8 in this expression is actually A 8 here, right? So you can't directly, again, everything's immutable, so you can't directly override something, but you can essentially change the value of something by the scope that it's in. If you've ever used JavaScript or Rust or anything like that, it's very similar. Like those languages also have logical scopes, essentially. You cannot refer to variables in a let expression outside of it. So, for example, if we did let A equals let, and you'll notice the parentheses as a way of isolating scope in C, right? C is not defined. And so this parentheses, we're essentially saying this is the scope of C, right, in C. And we can evaluate this, but when we go to evaluate this here, we can't do it because C never got declared in this scope. It got declared inside of this scope. And so that's where it fails. You can refer to variables in the let expression when assigning variables, like with recursive attribute sets. So what we can do is we can say let A equals 4, right? And then B equals A plus 5 in B. And so just like the recursive attribute sets, lets can also be recursive, where you could say like, all right, I'm going to define a first variable, and then I'm going to evaluate that first variable against another variable, and then that will give us a new value, and then we can evaluate and return that expression, right? How do you return those from function? Oh, yep, there you go. Cool. Okay, so let is very powerful, right? And I think the really cool thing about let that I have noticed is it is really kind of, as you've noticed, it's something that you can kind of like sugar in really quickly and have like a one-liner that can like evaluate something really fast and then just keep moving. I do think, and I have seen this before, where like I do think you can use let poorly. Like I do think you can actually like not write it in a very well way. However, I think if you are using it very like minimally and like, again, hopefully trying to just like evaluate a few things or, you know, whatever, it's really nice. It's a really nice little feature. With expression, this kind of expression is something you rarely see in other languages. You can think of it more granular version of using from C++ or from module import star from Python. You decide per expression when to include symbols into the scope. Yes, this is one of my favorite things actually as well about Nix. This is one of the things I like a lot about it. And when you start dealing with like managing packages and scopes of packages, this becomes super nice. So let me talk about that really, really quickly here, right? So let's say LSP containers. Believe it or not, some wonderful soul put LSP containers in Nix, and I love them for that. Thank you. Whoever did that, I love you. With that being said, what was I going to say? Shoot, I lost my train of thought. LSP containers, you'll notice that it says like vim plugins.lspcontainers.nvim, right? Well, if I go to what would be like what's like a Python, like Django, right? Django. Look at this, Python 3.9 packages.django, right? The idea here is that in the language, essentially, right, or how we reference things, it's all based off of attribute sets with like definitions, right? So with solves a really neat problem where it'll basically say, all right, well, I have an attribute set of A or that has A and B inside of it, right? And to do this, you have to do like long name.a, long name.b, and then you get 7, right? But with what you can do is it's kind of also like destructuring in JavaScript, where you could say with attribute set, and then you end that expression right here with a semicolon. And then what will happen is after the semicolon, these A and B values become available to you, right? Now, a better way of kind of looking at this is, say, for example, I wanted a list of node packages, right? I could do it two different ways. I could say Nix package, or I could say node packages dot, yarn. I could say node packages packages.npm, right? And node packages dot, I don't know, something foo, right? With, however, I'm just going to hit enter. With, what you can do is you can say with node packages, and then this becomes this. So when we talk about Nix being focused on being a domain-specific language on trying to work with configuration, you can see why something like with is really nice, right? Because now if I wanted to, I could say with Python packages, right? And then now I have, Django and, whatever and whatever. And that's really what this with expression does. I think that's a kind of a better way of showing the power of it than this. Now, this shows it to you from just a pure language perspective. So if we go back here, we say long name, right? And then we do A equals 3, B equals 4, right? And then we say long name dot A plus long name dot B, right? We'll get 7, right? But if we do with long name A plus B, right? What do we get? We get 7. And that's because, as I said, with allows you to essentially evaluate long name, and then anything after the semicolon you can use and essentially express what you need. And that's it. It takes an attribute set and includes symbols from it in the scope of the inner expression, right? The inner expression being this. Of course, only valid identifiers from the keys of the set will be included. So here's the thing. If you try using long name and say C, like A plus B plus C, and you don't have C here, it'll fail, right? So that's another thing that's really nice with is it will actually validate and make sure that like a package is there or not, right? So if I tried to do like with Django, but Django wasn't in Python 3.9, it was only in 3.10, then I would need to figure out how to reference that directly, right? If a symbol exists in the outer scope and would also be introduced by the with, it will not be shadowed. However, you can still refer to the attribute set. So let A equals 10 in with long name A plus B, right? A plus B equals 14. Let A 10 in with long name A plus B equals 7. Wait, so A10 in with long name A. Okay, right, because that's 7, yeah. Will not be shadowed. However, you can still refer to the attribute set. I see. So basically what they're saying here is that if you try and shadow something within a with, right, like we did before, right, it won't actually work because this expression overrides this expression. However, what you can do is you can essentially, even if you do express it, which at this point I don't really think you'd probably use the with, you can still use the actual long name .a, which will give you the original value of what we had up here, right? So yeah, basically they're saying that if you want to avoid that, use the full declaration. Okay, laziness. Nix evaluates expressions only when needed. This is a great feature when working with packages, obviously, because then we only build when needed, right? Since A, okay, and so let's type in what they've got here before we go ahead of ourselves. Let A equals built-ins.div for 0, right? B equals 6 in B. So what are we doing before we go any further? So we're declaring a variable called A, and then we're using a function called builtins.div to divide 4 divided by 0. And then we say B equals 6 in B. Since A is not needed, there's no error about division by 0. Oh, interesting. Okay, so let's run it. That's why we can have all packages defined in one demand, yet have access to specific packages very quickly. So that is actually very interesting. And this is something else to notice about the Nix language, right? Because A never got evaluated here, it lazily expresses things. Does that make sense, right? Nix is it lazily expresses values. So what that means is that if A never gets used, it will never be checked, right? Now, this technically, I guess, could be good or bad because it could mean that you could have something broken here. However, it does mean once this becomes referenced or loaded in some way, shape, or form, it will then become, evaluated, right? So if I was to do A plus B, yeah, there you go, division by 0, right? That fails. But because I don't actually reference A in the first one, it doesn't load it because, again, of the laziness nature of the language, right? Because A is not needed, there's no error about the division of it, right? Because the expression doesn't need to be evaluated. Nix isn't going to evaluate anything it doesn't need to. And this is a good thing in the sense of building and reusability and stuff like that, but it might be a bad thing in the sense of like knowing if something's broken or something like that. Hello, sir. In how many months can I learn JavaScript language 100%? It is my first language. Well, I'm going to be fair with you. You're never going to know JavaScript 100%. I know I am very close to some people who have been literally on like the JavaScript like committee for like making decisions around ECMAScript and all of that stuff. It's always changing. It's always growing. And you're going to learn something new every day. I would say to be proficient in JavaScript, it would be, it'd be good to like find some courses You might be able to find, there's a lot of free stuff on the internet. Honestly, Free Code Camp. I think Free Code Camp. I think we have do we have a link for, I could have sworn we had a Free Code Camp link somewhere. I don't know if Atoda is still there. Honestly, my best recommendation would be come back Saturday and ask Atoda, because Atoda, this is his whole world. He's new to programming. He's been like, doing a lot of stuff on trying to find the best cheap places to like learn from and stuff like that. If you are new to our channel, you should check out that loyal blurb. But yeah, basically we're a co-hosted stream. I stream throughout the week, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And I've been doing this for a while. I'm a little bit more seasoned in all of this. But we also have my co-host, Atoda, who's brand new to programming a lot of these things. And so that's what we try and do. We basically, on the weekdays, you get this more kind of like, advanced learning. And then on the weekends, we focus on like, newer learning and stuff like that. He's used Free Code Camp. I think this goes to a Free Code Camp YouTube video because he was learning like Nest.js. So you might be able to use that link and then like peruse their, peruse their YouTube videos and stuff like that. How old am I? I'm almost mid-30s. Yeah, I'm almost mid-30s. I'm not 35 yet. Let's put it that way. But I'm above 30. Yeah. I know a lot of things, honestly, because I am not great at social interaction. When I was a kid, I had very little friends. Honestly, I've always just loved computers. Yeah, I've always connected to computers way more than humans. I know that probably sounds really bad, but it's true. When I was a kid, I was fascinated with computers, obsessed. And I honestly, like, if I was to, go, which I hope I don't ever, or at least anytime soon, knock on wood. Everybody knock on wood for me, please. I guess I could really say that one thing that was a constant in my life was computers, technology, and, it's never not been a part of my life. I've always been on a computer learning. And like nothing has been more important than that in my whole life, outside of, maybe like relationships, but I would say, to be honest, I've probably had that been affected by them too. So yeah, computers like me too. Oh, well, I love them. So it's the feeling is very mutual. I did wonder if you were an extreme. You just answered that, mate. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, no, I am. So in all seriousness, like this is me. This is me feeling comfortable around being a bunch of nerds, right? If I was like just out in public, I am not like this. I am not at all. The only reason why you guys are getting this truly is because I'm comfortable doing this in front of you guys. Because we are the same, we are all nerds here. And I don't really feel like any of you, and I hate to say it, and this isn't meant to be negative. I think it's more I've realized that like we're all here, so nobody can talk. Like you're on the same platform I am. You are equally as a as a nerd as I am. So it's just like at that point, But I don't know. It's a little bit different in real life. And yeah, I basically grew up a very lonely kid who really just leaned on computers to be happy. And I luckily got a super good career out of that, so that was nice. There's a 3.5-hour beginner JS course from Free Code Camp on YouTube. Oh, nice. Yeah, there you go. You're lucky that your parents allow you to find your kingdom. Yeah, no, I am super lucky. I love my parents to death. However, I think they kind of realized that we weren't going to connect as well as they hoped we were. I was just super technical. My dad's like a and it's very interesting because my dad's like, he's a construction foreman who like has built insane like gas stations and like all like from the like literally like he does all the petroleum work, like it's insane. but like I don't know anything. I don't like I've tried understanding what he does, and I'm just like, oh, okay. You know, and it's the same thing. So like I get things from my parents. My mother, very smart, like super what is it called? Like educated, and somebody who like really focuses on learning, right? So I got these things from my parents, but we just did not connect with what my outlet was, which was computers. And if you guys remember this or not, you might not be old enough to remember this, but like, hey, computers weren't really cool maybe like 20 something years ago, okay? Maybe like 20, 25 years ago, all of us computer nerds just kind of got crapped on, and there was like a bunch of movies made about how dumb we are and stuff like that. I don't know. It wasn't necessarily the coolest thing a while ago, okay? And yeah, like I've just always been this, you know? So I got lucky in that regard, but yeah, it was like to actually be a nerd in the 90s and in the early 2000s. It wasn't really a cool thing, you know. It really wasn't. Yeah, the age of the geek really has kind of, yeah, like sucks to be all you guys. Felt good, man. It did feel good. I'm glad that we're all kind of, yeah, we all kind of got a win out of that one. Can you pass your OBS settings from your camera? I can't, because I don't really have any OBS settings. What I do have is a really nice camera that just goes directly into my OBS. But there you go. Those are the cameras that we use. I honestly, there's really no settings. I'm using a Canon 5D Mark II, which has got like literally like a $2,000 lens on it because I used to work in the film industry. So that's, yeah, it's old gear that I had from a different life. The movie Hackers from 1995 that's one of my favorite movies of all time. Yeah, I literally love that movie so much. Dude, you said like it was a camp rock movie. They have a song with This Is Me, I Know I Am Young. Oh, you're fine. But yeah, no, I was really lucky. My parents basically, I think, were like, all right, well, he likes this computers thing, so let's support that the best we can. Yeah, Hack the Planet, exactly. Cool. Okay, so we have gone through Laziness. How did you guys feel about the basics of the language? Did you guys like it? Did you guys enjoy how we kind of just went through? How do you guys feel about the Nix language? Do you feel a little bit more interested in it? Or give me your thoughts, if you don't mind. If anybody has thoughts about the Nix language based off of what they're seeing, I would be curious to know your opinions. Just join the stream. What's the website for? So Jay, we are doing something today, which is we are going through what is called the Nix Pills course. It's really just a series of articles that was written by the community to helping learning Nix, the language, the package manager, and the operating system and everything with it. There are 3 different things, but basically, yeah, we're focusing on that right now. So basically, we're learning how to program in a new language. That's the easiest way to put it. But this language is focused on building software. So it's not a general purpose language in the sense that you just build anything with this. It's a language that's literally focused on building software. Yeah, of course. I kind of want to rewatch it now. I don't remember anything other than the bad guy was always on a skateboard. Yeah. It's a great movie. You really should watch it. Actually, I'm gonna give you guys another little gem here. RevOS. If you guys have never seen Revolution OS, you really need to, for a couple reasons. First off, you need to realize and understand the actual origins and like the founders of a lot of what we sit on top of today, whether it be licensing, software. Like if you've never seen RevOS and you just didn't live in that time period when it was happening, understanding the operating system wars of the 90s with Microsoft and Linux and or the domain stuff, like, or license, like there's just so much stuff that has actually scoped the way we are and how we exist on the internet today that a lot of people don't know about. I highly recommend, and what's great is it's an open source documentary. It's completely free. You can watch it for free. But it's a really good documentary that kind of gives you a perspective on how we got to where we are today in the technology world, why we have licensing the way we do, how, like, who were a lot of the founders, Gates sure was one of them. Torvald was another one. there's a lot of other people there that aren't really as exemplified that should be. That movie does a really great job of explaining it. There's a part that makes me laugh so much. I mean, the whole film is really good. What's it called? RevOS. RevOS. Exclamation mark RevOS in chat. It's literally a command so that you guys can access it whenever you need. But yeah, I highly, highly recommend watching it. It's a good documentary. Besides hard work and intelligent, what other traits are important in being a good software engineer? Enjoying problem solving. I've said this 1,000 times before, and I'm gonna keep saying it. Our jobs is just solving problems. If you grew up a kid liking, crime mystery solving, like, you'll probably love software engineering, seriously, because that's all it is. It's just mysteries that you're trying to solve. If you like, fixing things, software engineering is great. It's again, the longer you do it, the less you focus on the technologies and the more you focus on like the principles of what we're doing, right? We're solving problems with software. We are innovating with software. We're doing different things with software. Yeah. Being able to talk to people, you can be shit at coding, but yeah, communication's really, if we're talking about like organizational, I mean, that's really organizational, at a company, I guess, which, I guess that makes sense. Software engineer. I just meant in general, but I guess, at a company that definitely applies. Yeah. Being personable, being respectful, be a human, be nice. I think one thing that I really appreciated, I was listening to, actually it was really interesting. So I don't know much about the story or what's going on, but I know that Kanye West recently did an interview with a technical podcaster, Lex Friedman, I think his name is. And I don't, exactly, Lex. And I don't know much about, like, honestly, I don't pay attention. I don't listen to a lot of podcasts or anything like that. But I stuff floated around and I saw a video from it, and Kanye said something that I'm not trying to jump in on the controversy because I have no place in this argument. This isn't my, I know as a human, I don't have a place in this argument, but Kanye was talking about the disrepresentation of basically all colors of people in engineering, and that he's gone to a lot of companies that have kind of shown that through their leadership, which is sadly very true. We have a very, very bad representation of basically non-me's. And what was interesting though, and I really Lex said something that hit me really hard, and I loved seeing Kanye's face with this because I could tell he realized he was completely disconnected from what he was saying, in the sense of like, he was looking at it from like a leadership perspective, right? Which is very accurate. Like, leadership doesn't necessarily care about that as much, but engineering as a engineer sitting in a bunch of teams, how Lex responded was basically like, I would hope that, the engineering organization also basically acknowledges that, like, we're here to solve a problem, right? Like, there should not, like, in any engineering organization, racism, bigotry, like, things, they should not exist, right? Like, that's like, in any, like, we are there to be engineers, and like, that's a lot of the culture that's around it. And I really liked that call out. Like, I liked the fact that he listened to what Kanye said, but then also kind of gave a like, understand that us as engineers, the engineers, at least, we all believe that we're here to solve problems and write code, and we don't see these things, you know what I mean? And I appreciated that. I really did. I was like, I hope at least Kanye walked away knowing that, like, the engineers in this field, most of them at least, hopefully, try and really adhere to what we all are here for, which is, again, problem solving, acceptance. And like, again, it's really about, I think he even said, like, it's about the best solution in the room. That's it. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter where it comes from. And I fucking loved that. And anyways, yeah, that's a reason to love software engineering, is, hopefully again, hopefully, it's not always the case. Unfortunately, not every organization is managed well enough to where that's not a problem. But the real, one of the real nice things about engineering is like, yeah, you should feel like we're just there to solve the problem, and there's no, the best solution will always be the best one. Again, it's not always the case. I'm not saying it's what actually happens, but I would hope from a perspective, a culture, a vision, I guess, we're all on the same page, because that's how I feel. Software engineer is reliable abstraction of the undiscovered unified field theory. Yeah, maybe. I actually don't know much about that, but that I think I believe I know what you're referring to, and it could be. It definitely could be. I mean, we need more things to unify us, that's for sure. If software engineering could be one of them, then hell yeah, I'm down. But yeah, it was good. It was a good discussion. I really liked that. So yeah, those would be some of my things, I guess. Those would be some of my things on why I think you would really love. And again, none of it has to do with money. If you just do it for money, you're probably going to be in a fleeting position that you keep chasing more money. That's really the reality of it. You just want more. Like, it's not about where you work. It's just, I need more money to fill that void, and it never really works, unfortunately. Spoilers ahead, don't read. Oh, yeah. Most people with hard skills based on jobs tend to ignore ideological preferences in favor of acumen. Similar to C.T. Fletcher's mindset, we're all the same under the bar. I've been employed. I've been unemployed for a month now, so it's currently about money. Yeah, no, I don't want to listen. I don't want to sound like. So let me also be very, very clear. I get that. I have been somebody who has gone home to no power because I could not pay my electrical bill, because I chose to, be not an idiot, but like I chose to, put myself in a circumstance that is not good for me. However, sometimes you don't choose that. Sometimes, you don't know how to manage that. Sometimes it's just life that doesn't make that easy for you. I get it. Like, I think what I mean to say is like, hopefully wherever you go, you're going to get paid at least what is deserved. That's another thing that isn't great in our industry. Conversation helps a lot, talking, making sure you're like being fair, and the company that's trying to pay you is fair. But like, you can be struggling and still have a job. Like, I was in a circumstance where, okay, easiest way to put it, when I first started working in software engineering, I started out in customer support agency. Customer support. I was working at a website hosting company, Media Temple. And I did not know I was going to go into engineering or any of this stuff. And I'm going to go to the bathroom after I say this story really quickly. But I'm going to give you an example of what I did. I was broke AF. I was trying to be a writer and a director in LA. And I just had no money, and like literally just out of power, constantly like, barely making ends meet. And so I had a friend of mine come up to me one day, and he was like, "Hey, I work at a web hosting company. You can be a customer support agent and get paid like $36,000 to like $48,000 a year or something like that." This was my first, like, since moving to LA, this was my first, like, I'm going to go work somewhere for the man, blah, 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 and get paid money. Right. But I needed it. I was super broke, and I was like barely surviving, trying to follow my dream in LA. So I was like, all right, whatever, fine, I'll take the job. So I take the job, find out I love the job, find myself just being enamored by engineering again and programming. Find myself even wanting to move out of the film industry and into, engineering. And I even got the ability to move. But do you know what I didn't get? I didn't get a pay increase. So I started out as an engineer getting paid like $52,000 a year or something like that. And depending on where you are, like, that's still going to be pretty low for a software engineer. And like, they kept me on that for like a solid year. Why? Because I never asked. because I never asked. Do you know what happened? I went through a really, really bad breakup and I reevaluated my life and I started looking at other jobs and other places and looking just at salaries in the same range I was. And I found out that I was getting paid literally half of what I should be. I should have been closer to like 6 figures and stuff like that for what I was doing at least. But because I never said anything, because I never did anything, they just kept me there. There's so many ways that can happen to you. You know what I mean? So many ways. Again, it could be you, again, being in a seriously unfortunate circumstance, but or it could be you struggling because you're trying to do, like, all I'm trying to say is like, it's not bad income. No, it's definitely not bad income, but it was more focused on, I literally, like, it was never even renegotiated. Right. That was the hard part. Not, and like, it wasn't even considered. It was just like, oh, we get a free engineer, we're just going to shift him over. That was the more difficult part. And on top of it, I took on more responsibility. I was working on full salary at this point. And yeah, there was a lot of reasons as to why I could have been frustrated. So what I will say to that with regards to money and software engineering, get yourself in the door for sure. And if it does mean you're going to take a hit for a little while, like, I'm fine with the fact that I got paid what I did during, like, it was awesome. It gave me an opportunity to literally shift fields, right? Like, that's hard to do. And I got to do that. But I didn't get to do it the way a normal person does, right? Like, when I did it within a company that had complete control over my salary and everything. And so they just were like, we'll just change your title and nothing else. And that, like, sucked. So yeah, I think it's really important to find, like, where, like, I had a buddy of mine tell me this once. I went to him and I was like, hey man, how much do you think I should ask this person for a project? And he looks me dead in the face and he goes, why are you asking me? I was like, what? I was like, because you've worked with this guy, like, how much he's got, da-da-da. He's like, bro, it's not about how much he's got. It's not about any of that. It's about what your value is. And I'm not even kidding. I hope if there's anything I can leave you guys with, it's that little piece of advice is, like, in software engineering, you have to determine your own value, where you go, what you do, and you have to ask for it. And I didn't learn until, my mid 20s, that it's not about trying to figure out what will work so that I can just get paid. It's about saying, I want this much because this is my value. Can you cover it? And then finding somebody who can get as close to that as humanly possible every single time. That's what I do. It depends on where you're at in life. I slipped in just before things got real, had kids. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. The current status of your life is a big factor on these kind of things. And that's why I'm saying, like, it was surprising how easy it was for me to move, from, like, that's why I'm saying I even took, you know what I mean? I was like, whatever, dude, I'll take the hit. I somehow, without getting a degree, doing all these other things, got myself in an engineering position. But what I also didn't tell you is then when I asked for more, they were like, no, we can't give you that. And then I was like, fine, I'm out. So that's the other side of it as well, is I even tried working with them, but they literally didn't even want to give it to me. They would rather, basically, chat, I was in a scenario where I was so underpaid for the role that to get back to where I could be, they could better off fire me and hire somebody at a lower rate. That's what they did. Welcome to business in America. And that's basically what they did. They basically said, we're willing to go this far, but that's it. And I was like, that's nothing. So I left. But that's very common. You look like you could be around my age. I'm not 24. You're very sweet. And you should stick around, Snickerdoodle, because I love you. No, I'm about 10 years older than that. I'm about 10 years older than 24. But I appreciate that. You're awesome. That's a very nice compliment. Each of us has to ask ourselves, what do we want? Yeah, seriously, what do you want? Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Don't worry, dude. One day I'm just going to wake up and it's just going to all either be bald. I'm just hoping I like gray like George Clooney or something like if I can just gray nicely, and not like really badly bald, which probably is gonna happen. Yeah, so I appreciate that. I'm owning it as long as I can. Tech company screwing people over, never would have guessed. Yeah, exactly. All right. I'm in my 40s. 30s to 40 goes fast. It does, dude. It does. Although I would say to somebody in their 40s, as somebody going through their 30s and it going fast, I would imagine the 40s, like I would just imagine as you get older, just everything just starts going faster and faster and faster and faster and faster. Because that's just how it feels. It feels like nothing is slowing down. It definitely doesn't. All right, so here's what I want to do, chat. Here's what I want to do. We got about an hour left. All right, we got about an hour left. I want to go through the function that, oh, and by the way, to anybody older than me, yo, I have fully accepted age. I will never argue to you about your age and that you are older than me. Respect. I have outgrown that annoying habit. So I don't really like talking about age for that, like one of that being the biggest reason, because you just never know. You never know when somebody's older or younger or whatever, and you're just like, oh shit. I shouldn't have said that. You know more than me. You're basically in the education business. Gray hair adds credibility. That's fair. Yeah. If I get like a dope neck beard, right, and kind of like look like Gandalf or something, maybe people will watch me. Yo, Ewo, hello. I hope I said that name right. Ewo on-site. Ewo on-site. Yes, the George Clooney look would be more than ideal for sure. Why would you life slow down? The older you get, the smaller time increments get relative to your time. Wow, way to really bring that one home. That's okay. Technically, yes, time is relative, and your understanding and perception of it becomes more greater as you experience more of it. Yes, that is, I suppose that's technically fair. How do you restrict SSH keys to only and no passwords allowed? How do you restrict SSH to keys only and no passwords allowed? Oh, you just have to configure it in the SSH daemon. So like there's an SSH server. I think this is what you're talking about. Server keys only. You just have to set it in the... Wow, this is a question I haven't had that answer in a while, dude. First off, excited for you to set up your first VM ever. I'm totally kidding. This is just the problem I haven't thought about in such a long time. But yeah, the TLDR is that the SSH server has like options with it. SSHD maybe, I think is what it is, and I think this is what you're looking for. Yeah, here you go. And then there's SSHD _config file. In that file, there is an option that says here we go. Pub key authentication. Yes, you want this enabled. And then there's one that says like password authentication. No, you disable that. Yeah. And then that will make it so passwords are not allowed over SSH and public keys are. So yeah, there you go. I haven't done that in a while. That's a fun one. You're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome. All right, guys, let me take a super quick break. Let me go to the bathroom, and then we're going to finish. It's an Etsy. Yeah, it should be like Etsy SSHD, I think. That's an interview question right there. Yeah, right? You could tell, like, okay, serious though, you guys ask me often, what is DevOps like that, literally that, chat. It's just I've gone through that I can effectively, for a company, regurgitate so the developers don't waste their time. Like a lot of my job is literally like what just happened is like what happens in my DevOps channel at work all the time. Maybe not that particularly, but like, you know, something happened. I don't know. Help me. You know, like I do that. Yeah, that's what you just experienced is a lot of what DevOps is and, you know, what it represents and stuff. Okay. I'm going to take a super quick break. Like I said, when I come back, we're going to finish the next part of our Nix pills, where we're actually going to finish looking at the language, right? So if you guys are curious, you guys want to stay up to date with what we're looking at, this is the Nix Pills series right here. Essentially, this series was written by the community as a way to introduce people to Nix. These VODs are going to be on YouTube, by the way, so they are going to be on YouTube, so subscribe to the YouTube channels. But basically, we're going through this whole series because I'm making a YouTube video on what Nix is. I'm going through this series so that I can break it down for you a lot easier. So essentially, all of these, VODs are going to get broken down into a really nice YouTube video on the main YouTube. But you will be able to reference the VODs if you need to. If we look at the pills so far, what we've really kind of looked at is why you should give it a try, how to install it on your operating system, working with the Nix environment a bit, and then the basics of the language, which we just covered, right? Value types, identifiers, strings, all that stuff. What we're going to do now is we're going to focus on the sixth part, the fifth part of the pill series, and this is going to be focused on functions and imports, right? So we took a look at the basics of the language, again, expressions, arithmetic, if statements, stuff like that. Now we're going to actually look at the functional side of it, importing it, the modularization, right? The extra layer that kind of makes it more of like a full-on programming language. So yeah, give me a few minutes. I'm going to get up really quickly, stretch my legs, go to the bathroom, all that stuff. Again, if you are new to the channel, be sure to check out that little blurb right there. I'm also going to run an ad while I am away. Again, we don't really like running these ads while we're here because it sucks. But we do run them when we step away so that you guys don't miss anything. So yeah, I'm going to run a quick ad. If you don't want to see the ads, you can subscribe to the channel, whether you use your Twitch Prime or the normal $4.99, I don't know, whatever, subscription, or you can use Twitch Turbo. I think Twitch Turbo still removes ads as well. So give me a second, like I said, and when I come back, we will finish this. And this will be a whole VOD of its own, where this VOD will have basically an introduction to the language. That's why I want to get this done in this stream as well, so that the next stream we're going to focus on actually creating our first derivation, which is what I showed you guys before. Basically, we're actually going to build something, right? We're actually going to build some software. All right, give me a second. I'm going to run an ad. I will be right back, you beautiful people. Be right back, 1 second. Hi. Yeah, you like my sleeping pants? This is what you call a work from home engineer. This is my work outfit. All right. Shall we get back into it, guys? Okay. So we went over the basics of the language in the last pill. This pill, we're going to talk about functions and imports, right? Now, Nix is a functional programming language. It is a lazy domain-specific functional programming language, but it is a functional programming language. So we're going to be definitely taking a look at functions, the different ways of using functions, and things like that. Welcome to the fifth Nix pill. In the previous fourth pill, we touched the Nix language for a moment. We introduced basic types and values of the Nix language and basic expressions such as if, with, and let. I invite you to reread about these expressions and play with them in the REPL, right? For now, we're just going to create a new REPL. We're going to move forward. Functions help to build reusable components in a big repository like Nix packages. The Nix manual has a great explanation of functions. Let's go pill on one hand, Nix manual on the other hand. Okay, so they want us to pull up the manual as well. Cool. All right. I remind you how to enter the Nix environment source. Well, we're already in a Nix environment. We got a REPL. We're good. So nameless and single parameter functions. So functions are anonymous or lambdas and only have a single parameter, right? The syntax is extremely simple. Type the parameter name, then a colon, then the body of the function. So for example, if we did x colon x times 2, x being the parameter, then the function is a function that takes a parameter of x and then times it times 2 to return that function or that value. So if we do x times 2, we get a lambda, right? That returns, I guess technically this might be a string returned, or I actually don't know why it's at string. That might just be the name of it, but it returns us a lambda nonetheless, right? So here we defined a function that takes a parameter x and returns x times 2. The problem is we cannot use it in any way because it's unnamed. Joke. Okay. We can store functions in variables, right? And so, yeah, this is very true, right? We're declaring X, or we're declaring our lambda or our function X : X times 2, right? But we're not actually storing it into memory, right? We're just kind of evaluating that expression and then moving on. And so what they're saying here is that if we actually want to turn a lambda or a anonymous function essentially into something that's usable, then we have to store it as a variable, right? So if we wanted to make a function that doubles things for us, right? In a programming or in a functional sense, we would do double equals x times 2, right? Now we have double. And if I do double, right, just like we had here, double is now the representation of the lambda, just like x times 2 was, except for it's evaluated with the double variable rather than being evaluated directly, right? So now if I do double and then I give it a parameter of 3, I get 6, right? A few sentences ago, they said that functions help to build reusable components in a big repository like Nix packages. Well, this function has now become a reusable component that I can use throughout all of my Nix configuration if I need to. This is what they mean by that, right? Is we can essentially create these functions or these lambdas, and then they are now, helpers and things like that help us build out our software. So let's keep moving on. As usual, please ignore the special syntax for assignments inside Next REPL. So we defined a function x times 2 that takes one parameter x and returns x times 2. This function is then assigned to the variable double. Finally, we did our first function call double 3, right? So that takes our function double, and the first parameter being x, or in this case 3, and then it does 3 times 2, which gives us 6, right? Big note, it's not like many other programming languages where you write double 3. It really is double 3. Right, exactly. Yeah, this isn't like something that wraps it. It's just like, yeah, as they said, it's just double and then whatever after it. In summary, to call a function, name the variable, then space, then the argument. Nothing else to say. It's as easy as that. Your frame of reference isn't your perception, it's your biological clock. All cognitive frameworks, emotional concentration, or concentration, conceptualization, hormonal regulation, autonomic and cerebral, everything, not just memory. Dang, Ed, I didn't realize you were a doctor. No, I'm just kidding. That's cool though. Certainly, but all those listed factors are heavily impacted by experience. Oh, sorry. We're talking about Nix, guys. Okay, so more than one parameter, right? How do we create a function that accepts more than one parameter? For people not used to functional programming, this may take a while to grasp. Let's do it step by step. Now, I've already done a decent amount of functional programming, so I understand evaluating the left versus the right, and how the left evaluates left and versus right and so forth and so on. But that's basically what we're going to kind of go into here. I'm broadening my conversational topics. Is that what it's called? Is that what it's called? Currying? Is that what it's actually called? I don't know if there's an actual name for it. I just know what it does. Okay. So how do we create a function that accepts more than one parameter? For people I already read that. Sorry. So let's do what they're doing, and let's just kind of mess with it a little bit first, right? So they do mul equals a, right? Colon, right? We do a scope b colon, and then a times b, right? So if we look here, we have a function declared as mul, right? We're giving it the mul value. Then we have our first main parameter, which is a, and then inside of that, we give another lambda or function, which takes a parameter b, and then it does a times b, right? Effectively, individually seeding parameters to a function that returns another function. Okay. So, okay, I didn't know that's what it was called, but that's basically what we're doing here. This is a very functional concept. And so that's the thing I want to make sure we are understanding here is I want to make sure I read this very clear for you guys because, yeah, this is a little confusing. So again, we have a identifier of mul. Right? Mul is our value, our variable. And then we have our first lambda or our first function, right? It takes a single parameter of a, right? But we then add an additional function inside of that that's going to be evaluated. That function takes a parameter of b. So technically there are two separate evaluations going on here. The first evaluation is a and everything to the right of it. And the second evaluation essentially is B and everything to the right of it, right? And so what we do is we first evaluate B by taking what the value of A is and B, and then we essentially return that to A, which then returns our value. Don't try to understand the name. It's called after. Oh, okay. So if we run this, right, and I do mul, we get the same thing, that lambda, right? And if I do mul3, I'm going to get a lambda, right? Because it's a lambda inside of a lambda, right? But if I do mul3, right, evaluate that, and then say evaluate what this is, and then the parameter 4, then we get 12, right? Another way of doing this, if I'm not mistaken, could be mul3 equals mul3. I think you could do that, and then I could do mul3 for and then I get 12. So the reason why I showed it to you both ways was because the idea here is that we're essentially evaluating two functions that are basically one is nested inside the other, right? And so what we're doing is we're first creating our first single function, right? And then we evaluate that to get our actual second lambda, right? Which is this. And then we do this with this as the parameter, and that's how we get 12, right? Cool. Just want to make sure that everyone understands why that evaluates the way it does. So we are defining a function that takes the parameter a, right? The body returns another function. And another way of looking at this, if you've ever written in like JavaScript, if I just like open up NeoVim really quickly, this is the equivalent of being like function, my top function, right? And then going like return, a function, right? My internal function logic, or technically, I guess we could say that this is my returned, right? This is just not very common in like languages like JavaScript and stuff like that, which is why, I mean, it is like, don't get me wrong, you just do this quite a bit. But what I'm saying is like to evaluate a multi-parameter, this is not something you would do, right? You wouldn't have to construct essentially multiple functions to do that. You would just basically give it a bunch of different parameters. But the idea is the same here, where it's a function returning a function, basically. Okay, so let's move forward. So we defined a function that takes a parameter a, the body returns another function. This other function takes a parameter b and returns a times b. Therefore, calling mul3 returns this kind of function, right? So if I did mul5, then I would have a function that does 5 times b, right? Instead of 3 times b. In turn, we call the return function with 4 and get the expected result, right? So mul a b a times b, right? And so again, as I just showed you guys, mul evaluates to our main lambda, right? The whole thing. Mul3 evaluates, mul3 evaluates this. And then mul3 evaluates, wait, what am I missing here? I need to try this. Mul equals a, B, because like you can basically keep doing this, and after a while it's just like where's what in evaluating what. It gets a little difficult to trace it sometimes. Okay, so we have mul 3, right? So that's going to give us another lambda. So mul 3 4 7, and then mul 6 plus 7, which should evaluate this, right? And then 8 plus 9 should evaluate this, 30. Much more readable. You didn't even notice that the functions only receive one argument. Since the argument is separated by a space, to pass more complex expressions, you need parentheses. Okay, so I see what's going on here. So basically, what we can also do is as we add more, it looks like as we add more arguments, it's able to evaluate, like, does it just automatically evaluate the next scope? Right? So I guess before we were saying like mul, right, is our main top lambda. And then if we do like mul 3, that's the lambda that we use to evaluate against A times B, right? But I was under the impression that you had to evaluate this in some shape or form before you could go to the next parameter, which would be B in this regard, right? Or the A times B, I guess. But it seems like it's actually evaluating this entirely. And then once we go to the next parameter, it evaluates this against this. Am I understanding that correctly? Like, does it keep evaluating until basically it can't anymore? Because if that's the case, then that makes sense as to why that's working that way. Yeah. Oh, I also did plus. Oops, I didn't do times. Order of evaluation depends on laziness and eagerness. Okay, so yeah, so that is right. Okay, cool. All right, so I understand that. Okay, cool. So yeah, essentially it will continue to evaluate, as many parameters as you give it, right? So if I give it m mul 3, then it'll just evaluate mul here, right? That's what I'm getting. It'll evaluate this. But if I do mul 3 4, then it'll evaluate this, and then it'll evaluate this, which will then return this. Functional programming, man, it's such a different paradigm. Much more readable. You don't even notice that functions only receive one argument. Since the argument is separated by a space, to pass more complex expressions, you need parentheses. In other common languages, you would write right. Yeah, and I totally get that. Sorry, Chad, I'm getting messages. I totally get that. But here, I think I understand what's going on now. And again, you can see we're evaluating mul, then we're evaluating this, and then we're evaluating that. Okay. Given that functions have only one parameter, it is straightforward to use partial application. So full or and that's what I did before. Yeah, where foo equals mul 3, foo 4 12, right? Foo 5 15. We stored the function, returned mul 3 into the variable foo, and then reused it, which again, that is something we've already done as well. Now this is so argument sets. Okay, here we go. Now this is a very cool feature of Nix. It is possible to pattern match over a set in the parameter. We write an alternative version of mul equals a times b first by using a set as argument, then using pattern matching. Okay, so let's get into this a little bit because this is also a little different than what we're used to normally. So if we do mul s, right, there's our first lambda. So we know we've at least worked on our first lambda. S dot a, right, times s dot b. So what does this mean? So this means that our lambda is taking on an argument that is also a set of values, right? So it does mean that if we gave it a string, this should probably fail, right? Because it's not an actual set, although maybe it does something weird with strings. I don't know. But yeah, in this case, essentially, it would want A as a value and B as a value in the set. So then if we do, okay, yeah, I remember now. Mul like this, and then we pass it a set of this. I'm actually super glad I did this, right? Remember, these are parameters, chat. These are parameters. So before I hit enter on this, who can tell me what's happening here? Before I hit enter on this, who can tell me what's happening here? Can anyone? If not, it's fine. I'll explain it. But if anyone can tell me what's happening in the simplest of terms. I'll explain it in a second, if not. But yeah, there's something interesting about how we've declared this, right? So if we look at it, we'll see that we've got mul, right, which is our multiplier, and then we're creating a lambda, which does s.a times s.b, right? And then we actually use this function here, and we pass it a parameter of a argument set of a equals 3 and b equals 4, right? So what is going to happen, essentially, is this function is going to take this argument set as the parameter and then do a, right? A, SA, B, SB, and it's going to multiply them. So what's kind of neat about functional programming, and honestly, this is one of the things I really like about it, you start to kind of look at things as just like little like blobs of function, or like little functions everywhere, and you're kind of just like returning things all the time, or you're evaluating things. And so what's really nice is like you just have these really simple interfaces where you're like, all right, this function does this, and I'm going to pass it these, and I'm going to pass it this, and I'm going to pass it this, and this function does this, and I'm going to pass it this, and I'm going to pass it this. And it's just like, I really like that pattern. I really do a lot. I like that idea of just like almost having a function for everything. And yeah, compositions. Yeah, composing your logic in a way where it's, you know, it's essentially, again, inputs and outputs and stuff like that. I really like that a lot. So anyways, if we do mul a equals 3, b 4, right, we should then get 12, right? And underneath the hood, we are creating a lambda, right, that takes an argument set and then times values in that argument set to get that. So, you know, again, if you think about at a much higher level, right, this could be a function that takes a you know, some type of crazy argument set, and you can just pass these argument sets to this function over and over and over. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. You have to make sure your types are lined up. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. In this case, we define a function, right, that accepts a single parameter. Right? We then access attributes A and B from the given set, which is what we were talking about before, right? Note how the parentheses less syntax for function calls is very elegant in this case, right? Instead of doing mul, parentheses, squiggly, a, whatever in other languages. And I do actually like that. I think that's what we're talking about, that like composition here. That's also really nice. It's not so, you know, bound to the function itself. It's just you're kind of composing how all of this stuff is placed. In the second case, we defined an argument set. It's like defining a set except without values. We require that the pass set contains the keys A and B. And this is where we talk about those types, right? If I gave it a string is not the type of a set of A and B. So if I tried to give it something else, it would fail, right? Where'd we go? Oh, in the second case, we defined an argument set. It's like defining a set except without values. We require that the pass set contains keys A and B, then we can use A and B in the function body directly, right? So basically what they're saying is that, hey, you know, we're not really defining a set, but we're saying what values in a given set we would expect to do this multiplication with, right? And so this set should have A and B in it. Otherwise, again, it won't work. Then we can, okay, so if we look at this, mul A, B, right? And then AB, essentially what we're doing here is we're just declaring the set and the parameters that are going to come through that, or the arguments that are going to come through that set, right? So we're saying multiplier lambda. We have one set being passed, but that one set will have A and B, and then we're going to evaluate A times B, right? And so if we do mul A, B, C, right, C becomes an unexpected argument because we don't have any matching for C, right? So here we can exemplify this again, chat. All right, so let's open up another REPL. Mul equals A, right? A, B, A times B, right? So that's our multiplier. So we do mul A equals 3. And I'm actually going to do it the right way first. I'm going to show you. So we're going to do right way. We get 12. Okay. So now I say like, all right, I want to add a new parameter to this. Well, we have an anonymous function that is getting called with an unexpected argument, C. And actually what's nice is it'll even show you, did you mean A or B? So only a set with the exact attributes required by the function is accepted. Nothing more, nothing less, right? So that's also the nice thing about that safety is you can have at least well-defined interfaces that you can then pass to your functions and stuff like that. Again, I really like the composition. I really do. I like where it doesn't like it when you mess up, and I like where it helps you. This is what makes me genuinely want to learn Haskell, because I'm like, man, this must be like all over the place in Haskell. And again, I just right now, Rust is a super awesome programming language to learn for sure, right? Like, it's definitely something I'm super interested in. And I definitely think it's something that if you want to learn how to write programming, like how to write software better, there's a lot of things in that language that just intrinsically help in that process. And I think that that's another reason why I'm interested in functional languages or Haskell and stuff like that. It just solves a completely different set of problems in the way that it does it. And it's very fascinating. Default and variadic attributes. It is possible to specify default values of attributes in the argument sets. So for example, if we wanted to, we could say mul equals, we'll give it a argument set, a, b, 2, right? And then we'll say a times b. Okay, cool. And then we'll say mul, right? A equals 3, 6. So what happened? Well, essentially what we said is that we have a as a parameter or as a attribute, and we have b as an attribute. However, b, if it's not there, it's going to evaluate as 2. So what happens is then a is whatever we pass it, 3, right? And then b is either what we pass it and or 2. So if I was to go b equals 6, we get a different value, right? Same function, but we're now looking at default attributes essentially. Keyboard link, pretty simple. There you go. It'll pop up in a second. I think the bot, there you go. Cool, so makes sense? Also, you could, yeah, you're welcome, of course. Also, you can allow passing more attributes, variadic, than the expected ones, right? And so this isn't a scenario where you say, I actually don't know what I'm all going to be passing to this. So there's going to be a couple things that I do expect to pass to it, while there's going to be other things that I want to just pass to it naturally, right? So we're going to say mul equals a and b. Then we're going to do ... right? And we're going to evaluate a times b, right? So in this case, what's going to happen is if we do mul a equals 3, b equals 4, c equals 2, right? We'll still get 12, but there's nothing done with c, and we can't access the value either, so it's basically completely pointless for us to have it there. So as they say, however, in the function body, you cannot access the C attribute. The solution is to give a name to the given set with a @pattern, right? And so what we can do here is we could say instead, and to be fair, I'm actually fully not sure on what this means, but we'll see in a second. Mul equals, oh, whoops, sorry. Mul equals s at b or a b, right? And then a times b times s dot c. Oh, I see. Okay, so it creates it as a value that you can reference later. Got it. Okay. So yeah, so I'll let them explain it before but I see what's happening now. That's cool. That's very cool. Okay, so we'll do this, and then we'll say mul a equals 3, right? B equals 4, C equals 2. And that's when we get 24. So that's it. You give a name to the whole parameter and the name at before the parameter or before the set pattern. Advantages of using argument sets: named unordered arguments. You don't have to remember the order of arguments. You can pass sets that adds a whole new layer of flexibility and convenience. I do this in almost every language, by the way. I want to be clear on this. Normally, unless I know I'm going to be passing only a single value, mostly I do this. Like I'll be passing, an object in JavaScript, a dictionary in Python. Like it's a common, in my mind, I think it's a good design. I don't know if everyone would agree with it, but I think it's a better design to have like sets of data that are strictly typed that you pass through your interfaces rather than having interfaces with just a ton of parameters with different types. And so like this, you can pass sets that adds a whole new layer of flexibility and convenience. This is a good note for Nix, but it's also just a good note for any language. Yeah. Partial application. So disadvantages. Partial application does not work with argument sets. You have to specify the whole attribute set, not part of it. You may find similarities to python.quargs. Okay, interesting. Cool. Okay, so that's neat. So yeah, so the main idea here, just to be clear, so that you understand, is this s_at is creating a value that represents this whole thing, right? And so what it's doing is, from a programming perspective, it's saying that A and B are required, and then everything else after that is variadic, right? But we need a way of accessing things in here somehow, right? Well, we can't access them here because we're saying this is just ... So what we do is we say, before we declare what's in here, we give it a value with an @ and an s, right? And so what happens is we do A times B and then times s.c, where s gets evaluated after this, or sorry, s gets set after this is evaluated, right? And c is now available, right? And so that's how this makes it so it's variadic, where I can pass a ton of different things, but this specific function is still going to look for c and c, or in use a evaluation against it. Leads, thank you for the follow. Okay, so let's get through the rest of this here. The variadic portion is probably only available at the end, right? I would imagine, right? That's what makes it variadic. I don't know if you could do it in the... You might be able to do it in the beforehand, though. I'm not too sure. No, I don't think that would work. Again, Cran probably knows more than I do, though. So, yeah. The import function is a built-in and provides... Actually, hold on one second, chat. Hold on. Well, there you go. Okay, so the import function is built in and provides a way to parse a .nix file. The natural approach is to define each component in a Nix file, then compose by importing these files, right? So we can kind of mess with this a little bit more. So we can start with the bare metal. So how do you get dark mode with that documentation? I use something called Dark Reader. It's a plugin. So let's go to development, script, Nix explained, and then let's create... Actually, hold on. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's just delete that. And let's create some files, okay? So they first say they want us to create an a.nix, okay? And then we're going to touch a b.nix, okay? And then we're going to touch a mul.nix, okay? And then what we're going to do is we're going to open the REPL and we're going to work with these files. Okay. So, in the a.nix, actually, before we do that, let's, give it a value of 3, right? So a.nix has a value of 3. Let's go to B. B has a value of 4 inside of it. And then mul is actually an expression, or sorry, a function or lambda as a, B, right? So let's pay attention to these files really quickly before we use them. The a.nix file has literally just the number 3 in it, right? B literally just has the number 4 in it, right? And then mul.nix has a function or lambda with A and B as parameters, right? Remember, these are two different functions, but they're evaluating together. And it will not, you will evaluate them together, I guess is what I mean to say. Not that they are, but A times B will then give us our return value. So basically, A is just a value, B is just a value, and then mul is our function that we use to multiply those values, right? So let's go into Nix REPL again. And we're going to say A equals import A.nix, right? B equals import B.nix. And before I go any further, if I was to do A and hit enter, what do you think A would be? What do you think the value of A would be? And I'm going to be fair, it's on the page in front of us. What do you think the value of A would be if I just did import A.nix, import B.nix, and then hit A? I'm going to grab my coffee. I left it in the kitchen. Is this nil LSP? I think so. Yeah. So A is literally just going to be 3, right? What Nix is doing is Nix is essentially evaluating each one of these files and using like their expressions, right? And returning whatever the expression of the file is, right? So if I do B, I'm going to get 4. And if I do mul equals import mul.nix, right? And then I do mul AB, I get 12, right? Because the A file has got the value of 3 in it. The B file has got the value of 4 in it, right? And then mul.nix is the value, or has got the actual expression in it, or I'm sorry, the function in it that evaluates A against B with math, with multiplication, right? And so then after we import, and these are evaluated as what they are, right? Like if I just did mul, it's a lambda at, see, the path right here, right? So when I do mul AB, it's actually using this lambda and doing A as the first parameter, B as the second, and then we get 12, right? So I can, but that's going to evaluate it and make it an anonymous. Those will make it anonymous, right? Like you're just evaluating what import does. It should. Yeah, it's just going to return the actual full evaluation. So yeah, so what Cran is kind of showing here is that because we wrapped it in parentheses, right, we then say, all right, we want you to evaluate the import and then give us the return, right? So if I do A equals import A nix, right, that is the same being evaluated once I call A, right? But we're doing basically a double kind of evaluation here where we first import it and evaluate A, and then we actually call this evaluation directly to return it to our REPL. And so that's why we get import A nix, and then we get the actual value here, versus if I just do import A nix, I'm going to get, oh, well, I guess it does it without it. There you go. So I guess it will actually evaluate it with or without the parentheses. I thought it was going to return the type here. That's interesting. I was not expecting it to also evaluate it. Huh. Yeah, it is. It is. I would have imagined the parentheses would have... Like, I would have imagined this would not have called it. That's interesting. You know what I mean? Like, this being the exact same as this was not what I expected. Not much, Atoda. Anyways, we're kind of diverging a bit. But yeah, that's something you can mess with if you want. Import A.nix. Okay, this will be the last thing I do. Import... Is that just like the type? A.nix. An integer. Yeah, so you're just evaluating what it's returning. Yeah. Okay, I see. Nice. I always got to forget that that's that there. Okay, so let's keep moving forward. Yes, it's really that simple. You import a file and it gets parsed as an expression. So there you go. I should have just read a little bit further. You import a file and it gets parsed as an expression. Note the scope of the imported file does not inherit the scope of the importer, right? Test.nix x, let x equals 5 in import test nix, undefined variable x, right? Because we can't actually get into the scope of test.nix. So that's basically what they're saying here is if I set x and then I just import a whole file, I can't declare x. I actually have to pass it as a parameter technically. That's literally what they're going to show you right here. So how do we pass information to the module? Use functions like we did with mul.nix, right? And so what we do is we basically say, all right, well, we have this mul.nix, right? Well, let's do this. Instead of having mul, let's create a new file with a test.nix, right? And in this, we do a b, right? Maybe b is has a default value, true message or MSG, yes, right? False message, no, right? And then that, right? Like this, what is this, chat? Can anyone tell me what this is? Can anyone tell me what this is? We just talked about it. It's a something set. That's all I'm going to say. It's a something set. Does anyone know what this is? Okay, it's called an attribute set. It's okay. There's a delay, so I don't expect to get a response quickly anyways. But this is the first part of the function that we talked about, right? These are these attribute set values, right? So when they say that we can literally define a function in a Nix file, we can't, right? And so once we have our attribute set declared, we can then start actually, evaluating those values. So we say A is greater than B, right? Then we say then built-ins dot trace, right? True message, true, right? Otherwise, built-ins dot trace false message, false, right? So this is going to be an example of a bit more of a more complex example of a function in a file, right? So let's do nix REPL, and then we're going to import, right? Test.nix. But here's the fun part. Here's the fun part, chat. Check this out. I'm going to just give it an attribute set right next to the import, right? I'm not going to worry about evaluating or anything because remember, these are all parameters. Import is taking a parameter of a path. Well, our test.nix is now being evaluated and it's going to take a parameter of our attribute set, right? So then I can say A equals 5, right? And then true message equals okay, right? So when I run this, trace, okay, true, right? So what just happened? Well, we talked a little bit before about the high composability of Nix. We talked about how functions should be things that are very reusable and kind of build all of your configurations and everything for your build and all of that stuff, right? So getting to see this now, you can really kind of see the power of the functional programming with Nix, where again, you import something that is evaluated, right? Then this becomes evaluated, and then this evaluates with, you know what I mean? And it becomes this thing of just like parameters of parameters of parameters of parameters, and you're just evaluating all of these different things, right? So explaining it, in test.nix, we return a function, right? That is this right here. That is this function. Oh, whoops, sorry. That's this function here. That's this guy here, right? It accepts a set with the default attributes of B, true message, and false message, right? Built-ins.trace is a built-in function that takes only two arguments. The first is the message to display. The second is the value to return. It's usually used for debugging purposes. Then we import test.nix and we call the function set with that. And again, because it's parameterized, we can do import, which becomes a parameter, or the import, or the parameter of import is our path, right? And then the parameter of test.nix is our attribute set, right? And so we're going to evaluate basically that way, right? We'll first do our import, which will then be evaluated through test.nix. This now becomes our function that we can use, and this, right, evaluates against this. And so that's when our attribute set evaluates against our function. We get trace, okay, true, right? So when is the message shown? Only when it's needed to be evaluated. And there you go, chat. That is a pretty good breakdown, I think, of not only the basics of the language, but I think, honestly, a really informative way of using functions and imports as well. There's obviously so much more that we're going to jump into, so much more that we're going to be able to mess with. But this is definitely a good taste of, I think, just showing you, again, how composable Nix can be versus something like, okay, let's go back to our original conversation of Docker, right? When we talk about wanting to build really good build tools and have really good reproducible builds, when you compare what I just showed you, right, in the sense of flexibility of building software, right, with a language, with a package manager, with an operating system, right? And then compare that to Docker, which, again, I'm not saying Docker's terrible. I'm simply saying they solve different problems, right? And a big thing I think a lot of people could note is that you can actually use Docker with Nix. It's very common for people to build their software in Nix and then actually put the final build output in a Docker container that has like NixOS in it, right? And then run that in the cloud. And it gives you the best of both worlds. It gives you this incredibly highly extensible way of building software to where you can, lock down all of your inputs, have a really good language to use against a really highly functional package manager. And then you put it in a container and you replicate it, thousands of containers in the cloud. So yeah, this is what makes me really excited about learning Nix. I'm also excited about, the potential of, can you do things with Nix without containers and what that would look like at scale as well. But that's a whole other problem. That's something I'm interested in, but not something we're going to try and solve right now. Is Nix a Linux distro? Yes. So to go back over what we went over today, Nix is three things, right? Nix is a language, which is the first thing we kind of looked at today. In previous discussions, it is also a package manager, which we talked a bit about today, but we've talked more about in previous VODs. So I recommend checking out the YouTube. The second YouTube link is where all of our VODs go. And then the third thing is it's an operating system, right? And the idea is that the language powers the configuration, which powers the package manager and the operating system and stuff like that. So the language essentially is what enables you to have the operating system is what enables you to have an operating system that can be configurable by Nix, right? That's why it's called NixOS, right? It's essentially completely configured by Nix. And then the language is what is used to create the configurations, and then those configurations are what are used to create the actual builds or the derivations, as we call them, right? And so, yeah, again, it's a completely different paradigm, but man, is it not interesting? I don't know. I think it's super cool. I've been building containers and doing all that stuff for so long. It's such a nice way to try something new at building software that actually seems very, very good. It's not a bad way of doing it. It's different. There's a lot to learn and a lot to grow, right? Nix, in the sense of maturity, is in some ways definitely, as far as Docker, but I would say in the sense of like adoptability, way underneath Docker. We still need to improve, educate. Like what I'm doing right now, I'm not like, listen, chat, I'm going to be serious. And I think Cran can probably agree to this too. Our channel is probably the most frequent channel that you're going to get Nix content around right now, outside of like maybe a couple other places on the internet. It's rare. It's really rare. Not a lot of people are doing Nix content right now. Not a lot of people are promoting it and trying to, like, there's a lot of developers in the space. But there's not a lot of like advocacy, I guess. And I really, really like it. So that's just something to note, is like adoption right now is a big thing. You know what I mean? It's a big thing that I think we're trying to figure out. And I'm definitely trying to figure it out by, you know, sharing with you guys and stuff like that. Everywhere there is some Nix stuff, but I guess what I mean to say is it's very kind of like, you know, a lot of the stuff on YouTube, for example, is kind of like one-off videos, you know, people who kind of like tried Nix and were like, oh, it's awesome, you know, the more of the hype side of it. And then there's also like a lot of the like talks, you know, there's a lot of talks that are out there, but outside of that, like video wise, especially, like there's not a lot. I would say for articles on the internet, it's probably not as, you know, it's probably not as bad, but yeah. Oh man, NixCon was so much fun. I'll share. Yeah, dude, please. I was really jealous I didn't get to go to NixCon. I would love to go one year. Is it possible to get all the benefits of Nix on other distros besides the package manager? So the package manager is really the key to Nix. In all seriousness, like if you're not going to use Nix for its package manager, you probably really wouldn't want to use it, right? Like, for example, if we compare Arch Linux to Nix, right? Arch Linux goes out to repositories, clones them, and tries effectively building them the best that they can with things like AUR or Yay or whatever, right? Outside of that, Arch has, you know, its repositories that get updated very often. And Arch is like not a bad operating system, don't get me wrong. The real big difference between Arch and NixOS is not the latestness of the packages. It is how you get those packages and basically how you configure your environment. You can get the exact same versions of every package in Arch on Nix pretty easily. And you could do the same thing on the other languages, or, you know, on Arch with Nix, or vice versa as well. But will you get a completely reproducible operating system configuration down to the environment with like NixOS and Home Manager and all these other things? And, you know, no, you won't. You know, it's a bit different in that regard. That's really the power of Nix. The reason why I use NixOS is because I have a incredibly highly configured dev environment and VM. Like, this is an actual virtual machine, guys. Like, don't forget, this is a VM. I'm running in VM. So I automate my dev environments with Nix, and then I create VMs with them with NixOS, right? So like, this was something I did because I create, you know, dev environments a lot. I have a lot of different places I do work. And so it's the same thing with like NeoVim, right? When we wanted to create LSP containers, the NeoVim support within a flake, right? I had to basically, you know, LSP containers. Let's go to the flake. Remind me later. So let's go to the flake here, right? This flake has the NeoVim package that we're building inside of it, right? Check this out. Yeah, I like that. Dang, dude, that's a cool shirt though. I'd wear that shirt. I like that. Nix is best. I agree, Shyam. I really like it a lot. And again, all of this is done without virtualization. That's, again, what's also super fascinating to me, is all of this is done without containerization or anything like that, right? It's just, you know, shells that are generated basically. I am trying to as well. I would like to get more comfortable with it. Cool. All right, guys. Well, I think that's a good stopping point here. I think we had a lot of fun. I went a little bit past 4 hours. So I really do appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. It was an awesome stream. And yeah, we're going to keep going down this Nix Pills journey, essentially. I really do want to make sure that, you know, I go through all of this because I'm even learning quite a bit for the video that will be releasing to kind of help you guys get through all of this, you know, a little bit quicker. I liked learning, like for me, the takeaways for me today was, you know, it's domain specific, right? So Nix really isn't meant to be a general purpose language. It's meant to be something that's focused on solving Nix problems. And that's great. Like, that's, having that understanding helps with a lot of like how you should remember things and knowing like, okay, this is because of, you know, the Nix purpose versus like, God, I hate this language. Why does this do this? Right. It's a little bit easier to not be as hard on a language when it's a little bit more obvious of what its intent is. I would say I would say currying, right? Currying in functional programming. Like I have a good understanding of it, but I think even, with your guys' help and just kind of looking at it at a low level with Nix, like I've looked at a lot of functions in Nix and kind of like what's crazy is essentially like these functions when it's like A, B, C, D, E. Like it just like at that point, the level of like, nested functions becomes too much and you're just like, oh. So like it was nice to be able to see it in very simpler terms and be like, oh, okay, like it's just nesting a whole bunch and you just kind of gotta look at it, piece by piece. Those were really good takeaways for me. I was really happy about that. And just getting comfortable with the REPL more. I really like the REPL. It's really nice. Nix has got a lot of really cool tooling, so I'm really happy about that. Yo, Simple Coders, dude, thank you for the 40 months, man. Thank you so much. Just 40 months, dude. That's so long. Simple, thank you, man. Thank you for just being here for as long as you have, man. And Shyam, thank you for your Prime sub. We got somebody brand new to the community and somebody who's been here forever. I love it. Shyam, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you for those Bezos buckies. Guys, thank you, all of you guys, for your support. Again, remember, your contributions go right back into the stream. You help with our cloud costs and basically everything else we do on the stream. So thank you guys. Use Nix since 4 years and still don't understand it fully. Yeah, and that's kind of something I really like about it, honestly. Kind of like the fact that I fully don't understand it and kind of want to keep it that way, I kind of like that. It's always a fun learning experience. But yeah, thank you guys. Seriously, I really appreciate you hanging out with me today. Whether you're interested in Nix, you're interested in DevOps or anything like that, I always recommend join our Discord. It's basically a programming, DevOps, gaming community focused entirely on helping you guys. So if you ever, have questions, whether it be about Nix or anything else, you're more than welcome to hop in and ask those questions. We also have community members who are, they are dedicated to help you. We have forums there that are dedicated to help you as well. So yeah, one of the things about Nix as well, again, it's got a big learning curve. Being around people who know it and who are willing to share is really important. I've learned that for sure with the process. So yeah, feel free to join our Discord. Outside of that, if you are new to the channel, please remember we are a co-hosted stream. It is hosted by myself, BG, as well as my good friend Atoda. Basically, throughout the week, you hang out with me, where we work in DevOps and a bunch of other different things. And then on the weekends, you get to hang out with Atoda. He's brand new to programming, so if you're interested in a newer perspective to programming, how all of these things are done, maybe some of this is a little over your head, which is totally fine. I get it a lot. Yeah, feel free to check out Atoda's streams on the weekends, and those are Saturdays normally, but sometimes Sundays as well. It might be Sunday this weekend, actually, too. But no matter what, again, be sure to check out the Discord. Be sure to follow us on social medias as well. I'm getting used to the Twitters and stuff like that, so I tweet every now and then about stuff I'm interested in. Feel free to follow us on Twitter, and then check out our YouTube. Again, these are brand new. These are things that I'm working on, and again, like researching for and trying to figure out what kind of content we really want to make. I know Nix is one of them, and as I said, I am working on a video right now on describing like I want to make a video that just once you leave it, you go, okay, I get it. That's it. That's all I want out of that video is I just want you guys to be able to be like, I get it. And so that's really my goal. And, you can see here, I'm breaking it down to like 2.5 hours of explaining it. So I'm getting better, but be sure to follow or subscribe to our YouTube. The second YouTube is also our archives where all of our VODs go. So again, all of these series on, Nix pills and all that stuff, that'll be here as well for you guys. So yeah, thank you guys so much. Remember, we also have a wiki, our Alt-F4 wiki, where all of a lot of like our documentation and stuff like that goes. If you're ever curious, feel free to check out the wiki. We try and give back as much educational content as we can. So seriously, I hope you guys are able to utilize it, whether it be our community or, whatever else we make. Yeah, thank you. All right, so that's it. That's the stream. All right, you got to get out of here. No, I'm going to find somebody to raid really quickly. I would like to raid. Okay, yeah, I would actually like to raid a newer streamer. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of her before. Her name is Sam KitKat. She has been just recently started streaming in software and gaming, and so I want to go give her some love. So let's go say hi to Sam. Guys, seriously, thank you so much for hanging out today. I really, really appreciate it. I never know what, direction the streams are going to go. So I'm always excited when we're having fun. And today was a fun one for sure. So thank you guys again. Let's go raid Sam. You guys have a fantastic rest of your evening. I will see you Friday. Yeah, I'll see you Friday for more Alt of 4 streams. See you guys. Enjoy the raid.